years. So after that, yes, you are supposed to service.
How about the IMF one? And all other loans that we took, have we started servicing them?
Mr. Chairman, some of the loans have a 5-year grace period, so I'll need to check and whether we have started servicing, because we took it in 2020, and so I need to check. And
so until the last pesewa or the last cent is serviced, we'll continue to pay the COVID levy.
Mr. Chairman, like I mentioned, that when the minister was bringing the COVID levy to Parliament, the minister said this particular revenue measure will be subjected to a review after a certain period.
That is what I'm asking. We are not sure of that period. So that is what I'm asking, because earlier on you said that we are servicing the loan, or we'll be servicing the loan. And the revenue to service the loan must come from the levy. So I'm asking, until the last cent is paid.
Not necessarily the levy, Mr. Chairman. There are other sources, because we are also raising revenue from other sources. But all I'm saying is that the minister said in bringing that particular revenue measure to Parliament, the minister said it to be subjected to some review subjected to a review after some time. And so I cannot accept your assertion that yes.
Which minister?
The then finance minister said that.
So what is the position of the current finance minister?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, I didn't know this question would be asked, so then I'll find out from him and let you know.
What is the position of the current?
I cannot speak to his position currently.
What is the position of the Ministry of Finance on this?
It's a policy decision that the minister has to take. So once we find out.
You are a minister of state, no more deputy.
I am not. I am not the Minister for Finance, and that is a policy decision to be made by the Minister of Finance. Respectfully, Mr. Chairman.
All right. I don't think I have any other hand to ask question, and I welcome our other colleagues, new members of the committee. Let me give you the opportunity to introduce yourselves. Honorable. And then those people who came late.
My name is Akwesi Owusu Efrifa Mensah, MP for Amasaman.
Honorable Johnson, Edu, MP for Ahafo, North South Western Ashanti region, a member of the committee.
Minister, introduce yourself.
Please, my name is Honorable Adelaide Tim, MP for Insuta Kwama Biposo, Deputy Health Minister. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dakwan Newman, MP for Okankwe South, and until 2 weeks ago, I was a member of this committee.
All right, thank you very much for coming. Okay, yes, you haven't, but you spoke already.
Yes.
But introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Comrade Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, MP for Tamale Central. Abna, what are you saying? Comrade Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, MP for Tamale Central. And inshallah, by next year, I'll be in government, and you'll be in opposition.
All right, thank you very much. We also have our Minority Chief Whip, Honorable Governors Kwame Agboja, who want to come and observe how the proceeding is ongoing. So, Honorable Leader, you're welcome. So let's continue. Now we have now established the revenue. We'll now go to the disbursement or the expenditure side. So the first one is how you utilize the contingency fund. That's paragraph 19 of the report, page 9. The 1.203 billion, you use that fund or money to pay frontline health workers, supply of food items, free water and electricity, evacuation of Ghanaians, support for small and medium-scale businesses affected by COVID, purchase of various medical supplies, and then also the cost of mandatory quarantine of Ghanaians who were stranded, and other COVID-19 payment. So the auditors have audited this. The details of this will be seen in the other sector, the various ministries that took part of this money, how they spend it. So can your officers who handle this confirm that for the contingency fund, this is how it was disbursed?
Yes, please. This is how it was disbursed.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next one, paragraph 20 to 22. Ranking member.
Thank you, Chairman. Utilization of World Bank Group funds for COVID-19 health interventions. 430 notices have been converted, and it's in the table of monies that have been received. So the only question I really wanted to ask is whether, excuse me, whether you can confirm the receipt of this money. But I noticed that Chairman has done justice to it. So, Chairman, I don't have any further question. Yeah.
No further question.
Yeah, because you confirm it in your earlier lengthy table. It's part of it. So that is the only thing I wanted to ask about it. So I don't have any further question on that particular one. Thank you, Chairman.
All right. Let's go to paragraph 23. Utilization of the IMF Rapid Credit Facility, the $1 billion. Now, the auditors observed that the government of Ghana received $1 billion as at April 2020 from the International Monetary Fund. And the money was used. The auditors also noted that the amount was utilized on liability management. On liability management. District Assembly Common Fund for the fourth quarter allocation, NAPCO, second quarter allocation, LEAP program, first quarter allocation, free SHS program, second semester, 2019-2020, academic year, free water and electricity, capitalization of National Development Bank of Ghana, and construction of 88 district hospitals and 7 regional hospitals, issuance of Ghana card, and mop-up exercise across the country, among others. Honorable Minister, District Assembly Common Fund, the money that was given to government to fight COVID-19 pandemic was used to pay District Assembly Common Fund, fourth quarter. The District Assembly Common Fund is a factor of tax revenue of government. 5% of total government revenue, not including loans, was supposed to be disbursed to district assemblies. How come you are using the loan that we took? Because your earlier one, the question was asked by the ranking member, which of these monies were loaned. The IMF facility is actually a loan, you said it. How come you are using the loan to disburse for the District Assembly Common Fund fourth quarter?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In the first place, when Ministry of Finance came to Parliament, we came to seek your support to help us, one, fight the COVID-19, also look for sources of funding to help us close the gap as a result, the revenue gap as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. If you'd recall, we came to Parliament to reduce our revenues by 11.1 or 2 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, expenditure went over and above the reduction in the revenue. And government still needed to fund the budget. So government looked for sources of funding to help support the budget. All the things that you mentioned are usually things that the budget funds. And so as part of measures to close that 11 billion revenue gap, government sought the assistance of the IMF with that 1 billion loan, and that was used to plug that hole that had arisen as a result of the COVID-19. And so it was used to support the funding of the budget. And that is what I know Parliament approved for us when we came with that request. And you mentioned the fact that we used
Honorable
part of that to pay for DACF.
Yes.
Yes, that was what I was coming to. You mentioned that we used part of that to pay for DACF. Mr. Chairman, if you would recall, DACF had to make a lot of interventions to help the district assemblies to also put in their support to fight the COVID-19. They had to help them with the PPEs, they had to help them with the sanitizers, and all the other things that nobody ever budgeted for. So yes, government used parts of that support, budget funding support, to give to the DACF to help it fight the COVID-19 in the various 275 districts, municipals, and metropolitans that we have. So that is why government did that. And then Parliament itself approved for us to use as budget support. And so we use this to plug the 11-point-something billion revenue gap that arose as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Honorable Minister, I have explained why I asked that question. That the District Assembly Common Fund is a factor of revenue that we raise. It does not include loans that we use to support the budget or to fund the budget. It doesn't. It's a factor, 5% of whatever we have raised as government. My question is that why did you use the loan money for a District Assembly Common Fund? That's simple. That's my question.
Mr. Chairman, I answered your question.
You haven't.
I answered the question to the fact that during COVID-19, even though we had stated that DACF, we all know that DACF revenues is a function of the monies that we raise, we came to Parliament to reduce that year's revenue by 11.1 billion. So clearly, DACF was not going to get that 11.1 billion, the 5% of the 11.1 billion. But yet still, DACF needed to support the various 275 constituencies as a result of the COVID-19. And so based on that, government used part of its budget support. It is not necessarily alone. Severally, throughout the history of this country, governments go for support in this regard to help pursue its budgets. And so government says, I am using part of my budget support to give to the DACF to fight the COVID-19 in the various districts and municipals and assemblies. Mr. Chairman, maybe we are here today, but at that time, the assemblies needed that money. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone the way they went. We are here today, everything is fine, the assemblies are running, and maybe that is why we are taking that position. But clearly at that time, when the assemblies needed PPEs, when the assemblies needed support to fight the COVID-19, government had to step in. Even though our revenues had gone down by 11.1 billion, government had to step in. And you remember government said that for us, we know how to bring the economy back. But what we don't know how to bring back is waking the human beings, or dead people, bringing dead people back to life. So, Mr. Chairman, respectfully, that was why government had to do what it did. It is not that we took a loan and then just gave it to DACF. At that time, revenues had been brought down by 11.1 billion, expenditures had gone up by 13.1 billion, and government needed to support the DACF, also fight the COVID-19 in the various assemblies. And this was part of the budget support that government had, and government gave it out. Thank you.
Well, honorable members, order. You have used the money to pay NAPCO also. Can you explain that one too?
Mr. Chairman, in the budget, clearly we have compensation, interest payments, capital expenditure, goods and services. And this money, like we said, is for budget support. And all these things can be found in the budget. The payment of NAPCO can be found in the budget. The payment of LEAP can be found in the budget. The payment of school feeding can be found in the budget. So this was what government used the monies for at that time. And like I keep on saying, we are here today, so maybe we really may not appreciate what happened or what really took place at that time when the NAPCO people needed to be paid, at that time when LEAP benefits had to go to the beneficiaries. And so, Mr. Chairman, this is part of the budget support, and all these things can be found in the budget. And so that is why government used this to pay these beneficiaries.
Honorable Minister, you know the one who confirmed earlier on that the 21.844 was the money raised for COVID, to fight the COVID. Are you not the one who did that?
Mr. Chairman, the COVID initially was a health issue.
Are you not the one who confirmed earlier?
Then
yes, I'm
it
the
turned
one.
into
No,
an
I'm not
economic
the one. I'm not
issue.
the one who confirmed that the 21.844 was raised to fight COVID. Are you not the one who said that?
Mr. Chairman, what is COVID? It is not just the disease, the effects of COVID.
Answer my question, then you can explain. Are you not the one who confirmed earlier that the 21.844, which I asked you,
Yes.
the reason why I took
Yes.
you through
Yes.
one after the
Yes.
other, this is the reason why I took you through that.
Yes.
You have confirmed that the 21.844
Yes.
billion
Yes.
was raised to fight the pandemic. Are you not the one who confirmed that?
And Mr. Chairman, what constitutes the pandemic? What constitutes
Don't
the
ask me a
pandemic?
question here.
No, I'm not
supposed to
asking you
query
a question. No, I'm only
I'm
saying
supposed
that
to query you. You are not supposed to ask me a question.
what constitutes the COVID, the pandemic? The pandemic is what took place when the effects of COVID hit many nations. The pandemic is what took place when people couldn't go to work and couldn't fend for themselves. The pandemic is what took place when government had to come in with vaccines to help fight these diseases. And so that is what we are talking about. When we say COVID, it's not just the word COVID, but the effects of COVID on our economy, on our human beings, on all the systems that not just in Ghana, but throughout the world experienced. And so, Mr. Chairman, when we say COVID, yes, COVID, but the effects of COVID, because COVID on its own, well, it's nothing, but the effects the pandemic, the COVID caused to this nation. And that is why government had to rush in to raise money to that tune to help fight the COVID pandemic and its effects.
If there was no COVID, won't you pay item 1?
Mr. Chairman, if there was no COVID, I don't think government will reduce its revenue by a substantial 11.1 billion in one financial year. That wouldn't have happened.
You reduce the revenue from which amount to which amount?
We reduced it by a quantum of 11.1 billion. But I don't have the amount from which amount to that amount. But I know for that year.
If you know that you don't have the answer, you say I don't have it.
But I have the 11.1 billion that we reduced
by 11 point something. But you don't know where you move from to what point. You don't know that.
I have the 11.1 billion that we reduced it by, and then I have the 13.1 billion extra expenditures that we had to incur as a result of COVID. Respectfully, I can furnish you with that. Mr. Chairman, I want to speak to facts because this house is a house of records. That is why when I'm not too comfortable with a particular figure, I don't give it out on the table. But I can get that for you. Thank you.
Now, you also spend amount of money on free SHS under COVID, right? Is that the case?
Mr. Chairman, we did as part of the budget support, yes.
Now, you also use part of the money to capitalize National Development Bank. It's also by COVID, also affected by COVID.
Yes, Mr.
Capitalization
Chairman.
of National Development Bank.
It was part of the budget that we brought to Parliament.
I'm asking, capitalization of a National Development Bank.
Yes, it was part of the budget that we brought in 2022.
Is it also COVID related?
Mr. Chairman,
Honorable Minister,
I am answering the question.
Listen to me well before you answer the question. The way you are going is not good. Listen to me. Is capitalization of National Development Bank also COVID related? That's my question.
Mr. Chairman, and I'm saying that this particular amount that you are mentioning of the 5.5, it was for budget support. And this capitalization was in the budget, respectfully.
Honorable members, I'm not getting comfortable with this discussion. The witness is not trying to cooperate with this committee. You don't want to cooperate with this committee.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I think it's unfair. That comment is unfair. What you are asking, you are speaking to a 5.5 billion, and that 5.5 billion is for budget support. And as part of the budget support, in the 2020 budget, we stated that we were going to capitalize the National Development Bank of Ghana. And so based on that, we put in that money. Respectfully, I am cooperating with you. Maybe you are expecting a particular answer. But Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I have cooperated with you ever since I came to sit here. And I think it's unfair for you to say that I'm refusing to cooperate with you.
Well, you see, I know what is budget support. I know what is budget support. Okay? You can't come here and be lecturing me about budget support. I know what is budget support. I have been a chairman of finance committee for 8 good years. I have worked in the civil service. I've been a controller staff before I joined parliament. So don't lecture me on budget support. How can a development or establishment of a bank be an effect of a COVID? That's the question. Don't tell me that it's part of the budget support. So that is why you're using money for that. Why? Why?
Mr. Chairman, the 5.5 billion, when it was passed in Parliament, the reason why we went for the 5.5 billion was to address the needs of the budget. And this was part of the budget. Honestly, I really don't know what else to say than to say that this was stated in the budget, unless it wasn't stated in the budget, and I am making it up. But when you look at our 2022 budget, it was part of it. So this 1 billion was for the budget support. And as part of that budget support, we had the capitalization of the National Development Bank in there.
Okay, Yusuf.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, the conversation is very interesting, and we're trying to find out how the COVID-19 loans were utilized. And the minister is giving us the various components to which the money was applied. I want to find out from her. I have evidence that the 2020 parliamentary candidate for Sanerigu said on air that some COVID monies were shared among parliamentary candidates and party executives. I want to find out if this is part of the budget items that Parliament approved for you to support.
We are discussing.
Thank you.
This is what is before us.
Please, silence. Overruled.
Silence. Why are you making noise? The minister is here to answer. Are you saying the minister is not capable?
No. No, it's not.
Are you saying the minister is not capable to answer this question? Is that what you're telling me?
No.
Why are you making noise? We have a chairperson who is directing the affairs of this committee. So if it is anything, allow your ranking to take a decision. It is not for you to be making noise. What's your problem?
Joseph,
It is only those who take a lot of granules who are afraid of.
Joseph, please. Joseph.
The ranking is here. Allow him to rule.
Please. Minister, my decision is that, Minister, please, Joseph.
I'm saying that I have evidence. Ask for the evidence. That's what you're asking for. Okay? I have City FM, I have Joy FM, all of them. Are you saying they're telling lies? So ask for it. Instead of making noise.
Joseph, my decision is that this issue is not before us. It's an allegation. It's not in the auditor's report. So I disallow that particular.
Chairman, you have every right to disallow it.
Ask another question. Ask another question.
I asked a question by relating it to how.
We don't have any evidence before us
loans
on what you are talking about.
You can ask for the evidence.
Where?
From me.
No, please. I'll just disallow the question.
If you want to ask the evidence, I'll let them play it
because see, before
for everybody
us,
to see.
There's no evidence before us.
You understand?
The Auditor General has not raised the issue. So how are we supposed to talk about it here?
I'm saying that there's enough evidence, and if you want, we can give you to play.
The allegation he's referring to can be doctored. We have seen a lot in this country.
Honorable Deputy Minister for Fisheries. There is no fishing boat here. Oh. All right, let's move on. On this particular issue, if the minister want to dodge, I'm sure Ghanaians are watching and they are listening. And they will be the good judge. But I'll open the floor for you to ask questions. One, Roxanne. Two, Honorable Kofi Adams. Three, Honorable Isaac. Or you don't have any question? Four, you, and then five. So let's start from you.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, no question has been put to me that I want to dodge, but you said if the minister wants to dodge. But the question was disallowed, so I wasn't given the opportunity to answer.
Honorable Roxanne.
Yes, Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, let me reference this to anchor the discussions. If you read the transmitter letter from the Auditor General to Parliament, in paragraph 3 of the transmitter letter, it reads, records on COVID-19 funds at the Ministry of Finance, Controller and Accountant General, and Ministry of Health indicated that the Ministry of Finance mobilized a total amount of 19,112,318,205.12 Ghana cedis in 2020 to mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The records show that an amount of 1,978,551,137.46 was mobilized in 2021, and Ghana cedis 753,319,842.66 up to June 2022, Mr. Chairman, to finance the coronavirus alleviation, preparedness, and response plan. In all, a total, no, it's a paragraph I'm reading. In all, a total amount of Ghana cedis 21.844 billion was mobilized to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 pandemic in Ghana. So, Chairman, my suggestion is that responses should be stated in context. Everything we are interrogating is with respect of this special report. So, where an expenditure has been audited by the Auditor General, and the response and the question is in respect of the fact that whether or not that expenditure line has any relationship with the COVID-19 alleviation plan activities, I believe that the answer should be very simple. A yes or no answer should suffice so that we can make progress. So Chairman, based on this, I want to reiterate your question and asked whether the recapitalization of the bank was part of, you see, we are not saying, that's what the Auditor General is saying, that this is government's alleviation plan. So if it was part of the government alleviation plan, you just have to tell the committee, the COVID alleviation plan, then we make progress. So whether the recapitalization of the bank was part of the COVID-19 alleviation plan as captured by the auditors. Honorable Minister. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on page 7 of the Auditor General's report, paragraph 18, with your permission, let me read. The auditors mentioned that we noted from our examination of the records that an amount of 21.8 billion were sourced from the Contingency Fund, the World Bank Group, the International Monetary Fund, the African Development Bank, the European Union, and the sale of POG COVID-19 bonds for the 2020, 2021, and 2022 fiscal years to finance the coronavirus alleviation program and implementation of the Ghana COVID-19 Emergency Preparedness and Response Plan, as well as budgetary support as detailed in Table 1 below. So the auditors also captured the same.
Honorable Apak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Minister, by...
there's no speaker here.
Well, he will be a speaker soon. So, Chairman, I'll call you speaker as well. So, it's going to happen. Have you not said it is possible? Everything is possible. Yes, it is possible. So, at ease, at ease.
Order,
Chairman,
order.
Honorable Minister, you just read as what the auditors have captured. And I believe it is to justify the case you have made, that although the funds were raised in the name of COVID, some of those monies were used for budgetary support. Is that your position?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we are looking at the Auditor General's report, and it has been stated clearly that, yes, we came to Parliament to seek permission to use this as a preparedness and response plan, as well as our budgetary support. And so that is what the auditors have also captured here. So it is true.
Chairman, it is clear now. Some of the monies raised to fight COVID were used for budgetary support.
We'll get to that. The 21.844 raise, the actual amount spent on budget support and the actual amount spent on COVID. We'll get to that point. Honorable Isaac. Okay, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, I want to go back to your earlier question that you raised on the District Assembly Common Fund. We all agree that payment into this fund is related to tax revenue. And payment to this fund also relates to other funds. The disability, the MPs, and many other funds are linked to the District Assembly Common Fund. So if the minister is saying that they sent some of these monies into the District Assembly Common Fund, is he also suggesting that the related beneficiaries who depend on the District Assembly Common Fund, a percentage of which goes to them, also benefited from these additions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when monies are sent to the District Assembly Common Fund, we all know that there's a formula for distributing these monies. And so clearly, that is what is expected of the District Assembly Common Fund Administrator, that when monies are sent, and based on the formula and beneficiaries, they also do same. And I don't have any reason to doubt that.
So are you saying that if checks are done today and it's found that the related beneficiaries did not benefit from this amount of money, your ministry will pay arrears to the related beneficiaries?
Mr. Chairman, this should go to the District Assembly Common Fund Administrator. They manage the District Assembly Common Fund. I cannot speak to that, please.
Thank you, Minister. On the issue of utilization of IMF funds, the 5.5 billion, the observation that some were used on NACOP, District Assembly, LEAP, Free SHS, and others. I appreciate your answer that we had a revenue shortfall of 11 billion, an extra expenditure of 13 billion. But tell this committee, if you have not utilized some of these monies to shore up the social intervention programs like LEAP and Free SHS, what would have happened to those programs?
Honorable Minister, to respond to the question from
Thank you very much, Mr.
the ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, I already made mention of the fact that if we hadn't done this, we are here today, but I'm looking back at 2020, 2021, and the effects of COVID on these beneficiaries. If we hadn't done that, I believe we all know. And so that is why when we got in some monies, as stated in the budget, we used it to fund these things. Because we all know what would have happened if we hadn't funded the Free SHS, if we hadn't funded the LEAP beneficiaries. Because we all know COVID-19 also destroyed a lot of other people's sources of income, and they needed to be supported in so many ways. And that is why we came up with the free water, the food, and the free electricity as well. Sorry.
Thank you. Minister, my other question is, I know this money came from IMF, and you applied it for the underlisted programs and other things. Were they aware that these monies were being applied in such manner?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we came to Parliament. It was part of the budget, and they knew our budget and the support we needed for our budget. And so clearly, yes, it was for budget support, and we used it accordingly, and they are also aware.
If it was for budget support, then why are you describing it as COVID money?
Because it was given to us as a result of COVID, the effects COVID has had on us. We sourced for this funding, the 1 billion. When the COVID came, there are various multilaterals put up some funding for COVID. And so whoever was prepared and needed to take part of this funding took it. And so for us, we were allocated 1 billion, and then we used it for our budgets. We sourced for it, got it, and used it for our budget support as well. Because like I said, that the COVID had an effect on us. It first started as a health issue, and then it became more of an economic issue than a health issue.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm done.
Honorable Mutala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, did I hear you say for free water and free electricity, if it is, or if it was free, why are we now paying for it? Why are we now paying for it? So I would suggest that we avoid using the word free. Something that is free should be free, but we are now paying for it. But I want to find out from you, Honorable Minister, the last time I checked, there was a budget line for free SHS, budget line for NAPCO, which we approved in Parliament, LIP, and we even went in for loan for the purposes of LIP. How different are those budget lines, some of which were loans, from spending money from the COVID funds for same purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I think there are two different things you say in here. The funding sources. We talked about the funding sources. And the funding sources, part of it was used for budget support. And part of it was used for budget support. And all these things that I keep mentioning were captured in the budget. And so that's how come we used the 5.5 billion to service or to address some of these things. I mentioned that, yes, we had line items for all these things, but we also had revenue shortfalls, because we had to come to Parliament to reduce our revenues by that amount. And we needed money, not just the expenditures that we had voted for, but also an extra 13 billion to address the effects. And so, yes, when we got this money for budget support, we decided to apply it to what Parliament had approved in the budget for us. And that's how come we used it to pay for the items listed in paragraph 24.
All right, let's move to paragraph 25, ranking member.
Thank you, Chairman. Utilization of Bank of Ghana's COVID-19 bonds, 10 billion. The 10 billion that was raised from Bank of Ghana was, some was used for the payment of Get Fund and then SNIT contributions. The auditors are not happy about the fact that you use some of this money to pay for Get Fund and SNIT. So how do you respond to that?
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anything to that effect that the auditors were not happy. They even stated that this was used as expenditure. This expenditure was incurred as part of the budget support. It's in that same vein that we gave DACF some monies. Get Fund also has an act, and the act says their collection is a function of the revenues that we raise. And then also, SNIT also needed to pay pensioners. And once they needed to pay pensioners, the government needed to make monies available to SNIT to enable them pay pensioners. And that is why government also included SNIT in that. And you all know that Get Fund, when it comes to free SHS, it's Get Fund that is helping close the infrastructure gap under the free SHS. And so when government gives money to Get Fund for such an activity, I think it's in the right direction as well. And so the 10 billion, yes, has been stated here that government gave part of it to SNIT, and then part of that was also given to Get Fund. It was all to help ease the effects of the pandemic on their revenues or on their receivables as well.
Does that mean that if you have not used this money, you could not have paid our pensioners in those periods?
Mr. Chairman, revenues had come down drastically. And yet, for the pensioners, whatever is due them, they ought to receive. And so, government had to step in and do the needful.
Well, thank you. But, Chairman, I have an observation. Some of these comments or some of these issues, the Auditor General is not giving us his, if you like, his opinion or his query on that. So you heard the minister respond that the Auditor General didn't say anything about it. So I'll just urge them that on matters like this, you should make your recommendations so that we can talk about it very well. Thank you very much.
Well, it's a good observation. And Honorable Minister, I want some clarification. The statutory payment that you have made to Social Security and National Insurance Trust, is that a government payment of the Social Security contribution for the salaries that have been paid to workers? Is that it?
Yes, please.
Now, did you use part of this money to pay salaries?
Mr. Chairman, the GOG bonds.
No. Utilization, yeah,
yes,
the bond.
No.
You didn't. Anytime you are paying salaries, you pay the Social Security contribution as well. That whole put together will give you the salary cost. So you didn't pay salary from this bond. How come you are paying the Social Security from this bond?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, these are sources of funding. So when government needed funding to pay for some of its expenses, yes, we did not take this from salary. We did not take the salaries from the bonds, but yes, for the security payments, yes, we did take it from the Social Security payment. Yeah, we did.
So we use the pandemic as a reason to raise bond and to use that bond to pay Social Security for our workers. Is that the case?
Mr. Chairman, a part of the 10 billion, yes, was used to pay Social Security. Part was also used to pay the GET fund and also as budget support.
Let me ask my question again. We used the pandemic as a reason to raise 10 billion bond and use the bond to pay Social Security. Is that the case?
Mr. Chairman, we had a deficit in our revenue numbers. So we looked for sources of revenue to shore up the numbers. And through that, we went through various sources, which you yourself confirmed with me this morning. And this was one or part of the sources that we sourced the revenue from. And based on that, we used it to pay for certain items, including Social Security and also the GET fund, as well as the budget support. Yes.
Well, you have answered my question, that we are using the pandemic as a springboard to raise money and use the money for any other thing. All right. Let's move to the next one. Paragraph. Okay, Honorable Park.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the minister just informed the committee that some amount from the bond was used to support GET fund. And she made the case that it was used to support GET fund to address infrastructural challenges. Can the minister tell us the specific amount that went to GET fund for the purpose she informed us of?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, I mentioned that when we talk of Get Fund, we all know that Get Fund is being used as a channel to bridge the infrastructure gap. And I know that for Get Fund, we gave a little over 211 million Ghana cedis.
Thank you, Chairman.
Chief Whip.
Yes, Chairman, thank you very much. In response of our colleague, the minister, she says they use part of this proceeds to pay Common Fund, Get Fund, SNIT. May I ask you, Common Fund is a factor of tax you have collected. It is not something that, in fact, you cannot pay Common Fund more than the portion of revenue you have collected. So my question to you is, when you have collected taxes from the people of this country, they say put aside 5% for Common Fund. So what happened to the 5% you have collected to the extent that you now need to go and borrow money to pay the 5%? You collected the tax. What happened to what you've collected? That you couldn't give that portion that belongs to NHIS, Get Fund, and Common Fund, and you now need to go and borrow money to pay that. What happened to the tax you have collected, the portion that you needed to give to them? What happened to it? Because she cannot actually pay Common Fund more than what the revenue they've collected. So it is not possible that the money is missing as well. So what happened to the tax you've collected, a portion of which you have given to them? What happened to it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I mentioned here that during the COVID-19 pandemic, there were so many things that did not go the normal way. One, I mentioned that we had to come to Parliament to reduce our revenue numbers. But at the same time, our expenditure numbers went up. Get Fund needed, DACF needed money to address so many things, including additional expenditures that they hadn't budgeted for. And so when government got some funding, government gave them what was due.
That is different from what Common Fund Administrator told us this week. The fact is that you still owe Common Fund over 4 billion Ghana cedi. So Common Fund did not demand one extra cedi from you on top of what you are supposed to give them. You did not give Common Fund one extra cedi up and above what you are legally supposed to give them. So it is not correct to say that because of COVID, they incurred extra expenditure of which you are trying to close by borrowing money. In fact, on the contrary, you owe them so much, including 4 billion that you are unable to pay legitimately. So why are you mentioning the fact that there was a funding gap as a result of
Mr. Chairman, I believe we have gone through this over and over, and my colleague was sitting there listening. And so I don't really understand why he's having to go over. But the truth is this. At that time, Get Fund, DACF, and SNIT, and all the other statutory funds needed money. We had come here to reduce our revenue numbers by 11 billion. Close, I have been corrected that it's actually not 11.1 billion, but it's rather 13.7 billion. And it's the expenditures that is 11.1 billion. Yes, we had come to reduce our revenue numbers to that tune. At that time, at that period, in those COVID times, they needed the money. And so government stepped in and gave them the monies. These are not monies that cannot be accounted for. These are monies that you can go to Get Fund, you can go to SNIT, you can go to all the statutory funds, and then check. Yes, I cannot sit here and say that I don't know that we owe Common Fund. We do. Consistently, government after government do owe Common Fund. But we put in arrangements to pay that. That is not what we are talking to here. What we are speaking to is the 5.5 billion that the Auditor General said we gave part of that to Common Fund. And I said, yes, we did. We gave part to Common Fund because at that time, we needed to make some interventions to make sure that they are prepared adequately to fund the districts to also fight the COVID-19 pandemic. That is how I put it.
My last question is, so you were basically just paying a fraction of what you already owe them. It is not as a result of any extra expenditure they demanded. You were just paying them a fraction of what you already owe them. Is that the case?
Mr. Chairman, the 5.5 billion we took, we gave to the various agencies and statutory funds that have been mentioned here. Thank you.
Let me repeat the question. Maybe you are not clear. I'm asking you, is it just to pay a fraction of what you already owe them. It is not an extra demand they've made on you. You only pay them a fraction of what you already owe them.
Mr. Chairman, nobody here said that this was an extra demand. We said at that time they needed money.
I just want a clear answer.
At that time, they needed money to help fund the districts. And government stepped in and gave them that money to fund the districts. Nobody mentioned here that extra money, fraction, quarter, half. Nobody mentioned that.
Well, government, they needed money. Government owes them. So government didn't step in to help them. Government owed them, and they needed the money. Government also didn't have the money, so the government used the pandemic as a conduit to raise 10 billion and pay them. That is a fact. That is a fact. You can shout, but that is the fact. The COVID created an enabling environment to borrow more. Honorable members, let's move on. Paragraph 2728, Honorable Queenster.
Thank you, Chairman. Utilization of Africa Development Bank Fund. Yeah, it was observed that on 28 September 2020, the government of Ghana received $69,959,000 from the Africa Development Bank to support the 2020 budget. And it was transferred into the Treasury main account of the Controller and Accountant General held at the Bank of Ghana. Can you confirm this for me, Madam Minister?
I think the Controller has confirmed that we use that amount of money to support the 2020 budget. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Follow-up from Roxanne.
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, what was the nature of this support?
Mr. Chairman, a few minutes, I'll confirm and then revert, whether it was a grant or a loan. Mr. Chairman, respectfully, can you give me 2 minutes? I need to go out and come here. Can I step out?
Your officers are here, they can respond.
Yes,
so
yes.
You are excused, you can.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the honorable member is asking what is the nature of the support, not the source, because it's a budget support. So what is the nature of that support?
So, Chairman, we just need a few minutes to confirm whether it's a loan or a grant.
All of you need minutes to confirm. Should I suspend the sitting? No.
Mr. Chairman, can we just have some clarification of the question? Is it, do you want to know what the money was utilized for?
Yeah, that is what the member is asking for.
Okay.
The nature of the support.
It was paid into T-main, so it was for budget support. So it went into the main account, T-main account. It was used for budget support, please.
So is that the budget support component of the money raised on COVID?
I think, yeah, according to the total amount for budget support was about 10 billion, about 46% of the full amount.
I ask this because throughout the report, the auditors only single out this one as a budget support. You could transfer to the Treasury main account as a budget support. So I want to know the total amount raised, is this the portion that is the budget support?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, the controller is also, a rep from the controller is here, so they can speak to it that all the money is going to the team. They are here, and so I would want you to hear from them.
You did a transfer. Ministry of Finance did a transfer. You had transferred the money from the COVID relief account to T-Main as a budget support. I want to know if that is the budget support component of the total money raised for COVID.
All the 21.4 million,
Yes.
21.7
Yes,
million.
yes.
No, it was. Mr. Chairman, per the documents we brought to Parliament, we mentioned that the budget support was a little over 10 billion, and that was about 46%.
So this might be part of the total budget support.
Yes, please.
But there must be a reason why the auditors say that this amount was transferred to the Treasury Mail account. Specifically, there must be a reason why they did that. Auditors, can you help us?
Mr. Chair, from the highlights, where there are other expenditure components, we state so. In this particular one, it was purely for budget support. That's why we stated what we stated. Thank you.
So those other ones that you didn't state is for budget support or transferred to the team, were they spent directly from the COVID fund?
So what, Mr. Chair, what happened was the Minister of Finance will transfer the monies to the other agencies.
Okay.
So for this one, it was transferred to Controller, and then it went to the T-Mail account.
So in the total amount of 21 billion, it was only this amount which was transferred to Controller, T-Main account.
That's not what we are saying.
So if this is the one which was transferred to the T-Main account, where were the others transferred to? Yes.
Chairman, we have as part of our working paper, we have a document here we can share with you as to where the transfers were made.
Ghanaians want to know, not only me or the committee members. Ghanaians want to know. A total amount of a little over 10 billion was, out of the total 21 billion, was used for budget support. But your report is showing that only 398 million, which was transferred to the controller's Treasury Main account as budget support. The balance, which is a little over 9 billion, into which account were those monies transferred? We want to know. Ghanaians want to know.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, for the African Development Bank money and the EU money, and all the other sources, you would know that these funds were transferred into specific bank accounts, which was shared and is available to the auditors. However, to spend the way the business process of the account works, the one that comes into the African Development Bank and then the EU one would have to come into the Treasury Main for the budget support expenditures. However, for the other lines, clear instructions came with the agreement for specific accounts to be set up. So accounts were open to receive those funds, and expenditures that went out of that were reported accordingly. Thank you.
Accounts were set up by who?
Government accountants. Thank Thank you. Controller
So,
and Accountant
Controller
General.
Accountant General. So, Controller Accountant General will confirm that they have set up account into which those funds were transferred. Controller Accountant General, can you confirm?
Yeah, Mr. No, I've not missed one.
Clerk, kindly swear the controller staff in.
I, Gilbert Nyalachigbo,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Kindly introduce yourself to the committee and respond to the question.
Mr. Chair, my name is Dr. Gilbert Nyalachigbo. I'm the Acting Controller and Accountant General. Deputy Controller and Accountant General, sorry.
Acting Deputy Controller and Accountant General.
Yes, please.
Okay, Gilbert, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
So now, can you respond to the question? Can you confirm that you have actually opened an account specifically to receive those monies for COVID, apart from the Treasury main account?
Mr. Chair, I can say that, or I can confirm that the monies were paid into specific accounts that were indicated to the Controller and Accountant General to receive those monies. Some were opened to receive some specific monies, and some were paid into accounts that were already existing based on the instructions, and then the others were paid into the T-main.
Are those accounts, or were those accounts under the control of Controller and Accountant General?
Mr. Chair, those accounts were under the control of the Controller and Accountant General.
How about those accounts which were indicated to the Controller and Accountant General? Were they also opened by the Controller and Accountant General?
Mr. Chair, as I said, some of them were already in existence. So those monies were paid into them.
Those already in existence under the Controller and Accountant General, I don't have any problem with them. But those that were set up, or where you were asked, you were informed that those were the accounts, were they set up by Controller and Accountant General?
Yes. Mr. Chair, they were set up because Controller has to give authorization before the accounts.
But if you said they were set up by Controller and Accountant General, why did you say earlier on that they were indicated to you to receive those monies?
No, Mr. Chair, what I said was that the instruction was to pay the monies into those specific accounts. So those that will have to be paid into new accounts that has to be opened, we open the accounts and then pay the monies into them.
All right. So can you tell this committee the total amount of money that came to support the budget out of the total COVID fund or COVID money?
I would, no. Mr. Chair, I don't have the figures available here, so if you can give me time to produce the information, please.
All right, prepare. The ministry is coming here tomorrow again, so prepare and respond to this question when you come. Let's move on to paragraph. Any question, honorable members, on this? I want to move on. Okay. Paragraph 29, Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Minister, you are welcome. Chairman, paragraph 29, the auditors observed that the government of Ghana in November 2020 received an amount of 84,123,000 579.54 euros, the equivalent of 569,617,581.78 Ghana cedis from the European Union Commission to support the 2020 budgets. However, this amount was transferred into the government main treasury cash account and spent on goods and services, capital expenditure, and compensation of employees. Honorable Minister, how do you explain this?
Budget support, and as stated and confirmed by the auditors, that's exactly what we used it for.
Chairman, the money was for budgetary support, so I think I'm satisfied.
All right, Honorable Minister, the earlier question on the 10 billion bond, you told the committee that you didn't use it to pay salaries. Can you confirm that for the EU fund, you use that one to pay salaries?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we used the EU fund, part of it to pay for salaries. This was grants. Yeah,
So if we had not gotten that money support from European Union, workers like myself wouldn't have received our salaries.
Mr. Chairman, you know, we should always put it in context. In that particular year, revenue went down by 13.1 billion.
I'm
so
only
clearly,
asking simple question. Had it not been the support of the European Union, I wouldn't have received my salaries.
Mr. Chairman, that is never true. That is never true because
then why did you use that money? Why did you use that money to pay salaries?
Mr. Chairman, when we say compensation of employees, it includes wages and other salary related. So Auditor General did not state specifically that it's for wages, but it's compensation. And compensation includes other things. But Mr. Chairman, respectfully, never under the watch of this government have we refused to pay salaries. So definitely we pay salaries at the end of every month. I'm not saying that you
refuse to pay salary. In fact, you don't have any option to refuse to pay salaries. You don't. But if the circumstances made it that you have to borrow to pay, you will borrow to pay. And that is exactly what happened here.
Mr. Chairman, this is a grant. The EU is a grant.
The dash is so you want to pay the salary. Now, auditors, the minister is saying that what you have reported here might not be for salary or wages. It could be salary related. Is that the case?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I said compensation of employees includes wages and other salary-related measures. So not necessarily wages alone. Yes, that's what I said.
You said that what they reported on might not be wages. That's what you said.
I said compensation of employees includes wages, salaries, and other related benefits. Yes, that is a fact, please.
The 84 million grant, which the minister did not tell us earlier when the ranking member was asking question, he said everything is loan. Now it is now grant. But let's leave that aside.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I said I was going to check this one and come back. I never said
what you have captured, the compensation of employee you have captured here, is it for payment of salaries or only salary-related expenditure?
Salary-related.
Such as?
Chairman, we can give you the details.
No, give me now.
As I sit here.
You know that it's a salary related. You can mention.
No, for compensation, all of us know what the...
I don't know. Ghanaians who are watching and listening to, I don't know. Tell us.
Chairman, I don't want to say anything that is not from the records we have. So I will share the record.
You know that it's a salary related.
Yes.
But you don't know the items that is involved.
For now, no, but I can share the document with you.
Now, auditors, in paragraph 28, you mentioned Treasury main account. Treasury main account. In paragraph 30, you quoted main Treasury cash account. Are they the same or different account?
And they are the same.
Is that the name? Controller and Accountant General, is that the name you use interchangeably? Treasury main account, main Treasury cash account.
Mr. Chair, the name is Treasury main cash account. That is the name on record.
Treasury main cash account.
Yes, please.
So the name quoted in paragraph 28 is actually not correct. That should be cash between main and account. And then when you come to paragraph 30, you should bring Treasury before main. So auditors, be mindful of what you write to us. We take account of every detail we have in this report. Honorable Park.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the paragraph 30, it speaks about an amount, the said amount being expended on goods and services, capital expenditure, and compensation of employees. Is the minister able to tell us the ministry, department, or agency where the monies were expended on goods and services and capital expenditure?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it was used for budgetary support, and goods and services is captured in the budget, capital expenditure captured in the budget as well. And so they were all in the budget.
So generically, but we don't have a specific breakdown with regards to where those monies were expended on the items that you just confirmed.
Mr. Chairman, when the money is coming, we just do the needful by giving to, if it's goods and services, we give to goods and services. If it's capital expenditure, we give it to them. We don't say this person's money is applied to this person or that person, but we put it in the same pot. Like you heard the Controller and Accountant General mention that it's put in the T main and then we disperse as such, please.
Thank you. Chairman, I'm grateful.
All right, so if you look at paragraph 31, the auditors have summarized the expenditure, the disbursement of the COVID fund. So they say that out of the 21,844,189,185.24 Ghana cedis mobilized, 11,750,683,059.11 Ghana cedis was spent on COVID-19 activities, and the rest on the budget support. So when people go around and say we spent 21 billion or 19 billion on COVID, it is not the case. The actual expenditure on COVID is only 11.75 billion. Even though we raised 21.844 billion, only 11.75 billion was spent on COVID. The rest was used to support the budget. Paragraph 40, Honorable Park.
Thank you, Chairman. Receipts and utilization of funds. No, it's Ministry of Finance. Yeah. The auditors have provided a table chronicling revenues received between 2020 and 2021 and complementing that with expenditure. According to the auditors, their review showed that the account had a balance of 149,942,464 Ghana cedis 39 pesos. What has this balance been used for, or what is the current state of the said balance that the auditors have captured as mentioned?
Thank you very much. So the bank accounts at the consolidated bank has since been closed, and the balances transferred into an account at Bank of Ghana.
Mr. Chairman, that is the response from the minister. But, Chairman, I also make an observation. While the auditors have provided us with a table of the expenditure, I would have wished that they give us a breakdown. So, for example, when they speak about the provision of dry food, packages, and hot meals, and then they indicate an amount of 26,763 Ghana cedis. We ought to have had details with regards to who supplied these food items and the circumstances under which the suppliers were selected. Obviously so. But as it is now, it's too generic. We are unable to tell. Mr. Chairman, another example is hotel accommodation on quarantine. We have spent some 56,168,513 Ghana cedis, 52 pesos. Which hotels? What was the going rate? Was it one hotel, multiple hotels? We ought to know.
No.
Because it is difficult to interrogate the figures. That is why I'm saying we ought to have that information. We ought to have that information. So are we assuming that, so how many hotels were used? Do you know?
So are you doubting the work of the auditors?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that they could have helped us a lot more. Because the way it is now, we can only ask about the balance and where it is. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Honorable members, the auditors definitely will have their working papers. So we can ask them to provide us with the details of their working papers.
Very well,
we
Mr.
know
Chairman.
the hotels that are involved in that.
Mr. Chairman, I will appreciate that. I want to know the hotels.
So, auditors, kindly provide us details, not now. After our sitting, provide us with details. It will help us to write our reports. Honorable Akosi, paragraph 56.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this has to do with the payment of service providers outside the gift mix system. But the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Chairman, explained that all the transfers were made to the COVID-19 account managed by the Ministry of Finance and were processed through the gift mix system. The expenditure, however, was not, because that would have amounted to double accounting in the system. But however, it was recommended by the auditors that they close all the Ministry of Finance COVID-19 response accounts managed by the ministry. We would like to know whether this recommendation has been adhered to by the ministry. Is the auditors recommended that you close all the accounts in relation to COVID-19 response account that was managed by the Ministry of Finance? Has that been done?
Yes, it has.
And as the transfers or the balances that were in those accounts, what happened to them? Were there funds in those accounts when at the time of closing them?
Yes, they've since been transferred to an account at the Bank of Ghana.
If evidence made available to the auditors for verification purposes as to their recommendation?
Yes, it has.
So the auditors, can you confirm that your recommendation for the closure of these accounts has been adhered to, with the balances so in those accounts, also in the accounts so verified?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that those accounts has been closed and the balances has been transferred. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Finance has done the needful, so we are good to go on that.
Honorable Yusuf.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, one of the recommendations is also for you to be listed on gift mix. I don't know whether you've seen it and whether you've complied by that. And how much was the total amount of money transferred to this account seated at Bank of Ghana? You can make reference to paragraph 60. That's what I'm talking about. Paragraph 60 says that as part of their recommendation, that you should also ensure that you are listed on gift mix. And then I also asked whether or not the total amount of money that was transferred to Bank of Ghana, how much?
So please, the account has been closed, and hence there may not be any need to list it on the GIFME system. And then when the account was closed, the balances that were transferred was 98 million cedis, 597,444 Ghana cedis, 91 pesos, and a dollar amount of 8,045,244.59 United States dollars. Thank you.
So this money is still at Bank of Ghana or is being utilized?
To the best of our knowledge, it is in the accounts.
Chairman, that we have these huge sums of money seated at Bank of Ghana in respect of COVID revenue. And we should be interested in seeing how this is going to be utilized going into the future. Thank you.
Before I allow the next follow-up, I'll come to you later. Auditors, can you confirm the figure mentioned as a transfer made to the Bank of Ghana?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
It means that you did a follow-up to verify that Bank of Ghana received that money?
Yes.
So into which account at Bank of Ghana?
Yeah, the account number is there, so. No, come. No, we'll mention it to you. Don't worry.
So it went into government rationalization account.
Just mention it and let's go.
Mr. Chair, the government rationalization account.
Government rationalization account. Some of us are hearing it for the first time. To rationalize something. All right, so Honorable Roxon, you need a follow-up.
Chairman, my follow-up is in respect of the matter contained in paragraph 58 of the report. Chairman, so this is directed at the auditors. Auditors, you establish that an amount of 543,058,079 pesos was recorded as an expenditure on the GiveMe platform, out of which you established that 231 million was expended on transactions that were not routed through the GiveMe. And the Ministry of Finance explains that the entire transfer of funds was routed through the GiveMe system. That explanation is not plausible, in the sense that an amount of money was voted for some expenditure. Out of that expenditure, an amount less than that amount was expended, which you recorded as 231 million. So if 231 million was expended or paid to service providers for the provision of some services, how come Ministry of Finance is able to justify that even before the services were provided, they had transacted through the GiveMe system? That is what they are saying. Auditors, do you appreciate what I'm saying?
Yes, but let me provide some clarification. So, payment or an amount is lifted from the GiveMe. Ordinary, everybody that you have to pay, the person supposed to be on the GiveMe. And the explanation Minister of Finance is given is this. They have lifted the amount through the GiveMe. But payment to these service providers, if they had done it on the GiveMe, that would have been a double counting. That is why they did that one outside the GiveMe. But in terms of the amount involved, it was passed through the GiveMe. That's the explanation they have provided.
So, auditors, how come when we go around to the assemblies and they transact outside the GiveMe system, you are able to flag that they breached the law? The same process. Isn't the funds that come to the assemblies transacted through the GiveMe system?
Mr. Chair, during the pandemic, and the background of this report so says that we also look at the exigencies of the time.
No, that is not what the law says. You don't waive the application of the law during pandemic. The laws were not waived. When the assemblies don't transact through or other entities don't transact through the GiveMe system, you flag it, you quote the law, and you ask us to punish them. The Ministry of Finance is telling you that they voted an amount of money and routed it through the GiveMe system. And when services were rendered, they decided to pay outside the GiveMe system, and you believe that if they do that, would have amounted to a double transaction. And you are allowing them to go. So how come do you flag that similar transactions done at the assemblies and other entities as being breach of law?
Mr. Chairman, the reason why we flag it, and it's in this report.
The exigencies of the time does not indicate that you should suspend the application of law. So don't quote the exigencies of the time. If the law is breached, say that they breached the law. The explanation doesn't warrant the breach of the law. It doesn't. That is why you flag it. The explanation does not absolve them of blame.
Mr. Chairman, It's
Yes.
because we don't agree with their explanation. That is why we raise it. We wouldn't have brought it to your attention. And that's why the heading says payment to service providers outside the GIFMIS platform. So that's the
what is the punishment for making payment outside GIFMIS? What is the punishment? If you disagree with them and know that they have flouted the law, why didn't you say the punishment should be triggered? Why didn't you say that? We have seen the style of this report. Oh. The style of this report. We saw it. I have seen it. We've seen the style in this report. But we'll bring everything out. Those things that are hidden, we'll bring them out. Now, Honorable Frida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my question is on 42, but it's in relation to the response given by Ministry of Finance on 60. On 42, they stated that the account had a balance of 149,942,464.39, which he confirmed had been transferred to the Bank of Ghana. I want to find out from the auditors if they can confirm that. And secondly, from Bank of Ghana, whether the said amount is still in the account or it's been utilized. Thank you.
Bank of Ghana is not here. Auditors have also confirmed, but I don't know the exact figure they confirmed, so they can respond to your question. Minister of Finance, can you give us the exact figure again?
Okay, please, we confirmed two figures, one in dollars and then one in cedis. So the cedi amount was 98,597,444 cedis and 91 pesos. And then the dollar amount was 8,045,244 dollars and 59 cents. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the figure she's giving does not correspond with the 42, so that's why I'm asking the question.
So if you convert the $8 million into cedis and add it to the 98 million, will you get the 149.9 million as stated in paragraph 42 of the report? You will not get it. Unless you want to use today's exchange rate.
Maybe the auditors can help us with the exchange rate they used at the time.
All right. I think it's close if you convert the dollar into cedis using the rate at the time. All right. Now, my question on this. Paragraph 57. Paragraph 57. The auditors observed that in 2020, 102 payment vouchers were used in disbursing 231.1 million Ghana cedis to service providers for the provision of hotel accommodation, evacuation of Ghanaians, supply of fuel, and transfer of funds to MDAs. We, however, noted that the payments to service providers were made outside GIFMI's platform. Similarly, in 2021, 92 payment vouchers were used to pay 311.9 million Ghana cedis for PPE, hotel accommodation, and fumigation by resorting to the use of manual cash books on Excel spreadsheets and manual checks. My question is this. If you were able to process some of these PV on GIFMIS, what prevents you from processing the rest also on GIFMIS?
So, Mr. Chair, the way the expenditures happened were that as Ministry of Foreign Affairs will submit estimates for those who would have to be quarantined and such expenditures. So based on the estimates, a request will go through the business process and approvals granted to set aside the funds so that as and when the invoices are presented, the payments can be made swiftly to the various third parties. So that is why the bulk transfers are done through the GIFMIS, but the individual billing that is actually submitted, the payments are made through the bank accounts based on the requests that come.
So if a third party presents an invoice for hotel accommodation, you are saying that it cannot be processed on GIFMIS for payment to be made to that third party?
Mr. Chair, at the time, a number of these institutions or third parties were not set up on the GIFMIS system. And this payment was actually done between the lockdown period and when the airports were open. So I think between April and June, between April and maybe July, 3 months. It was over a period of about 3 months, yes.
I don't think that is the case. Because similarly in 2021, there was no lockdown in 2021. Similarly in 2021, 92 PVs were used to pay 311 million for hotel accommodation, fumigation, blah, 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 using manual cash book. So that cannot be during the period of lockdown. This is a violation of the law, and we need to apply the law. So I'll refer to the Public Financial Management Act and see what is the punishment for that, and we'll prescribe that. So, clerk, take note of that.
Chairman, if I may refer you
Yeah, you can read it for me.
Chairman, with your leave, I may refer to Section 98 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. Section 1, subsection A states, a person who A, refuses or fails to produce or submit any information required under this Act, B, issues a local purchase order outside the Ghana Integrated Financial Management Information System or any other electronic platform in use by government. C, misuses or permits the misuse of any government property which results in a loss of public resources. So B, that is applicable, commits an offense and where no penalty is provided for the offense is liable on summary conviction to a fine of no less than 150 penalty units and not more than 250 penalty units, or to a term of imprisonment of no less than 6 months and no more than 2 years, or to both. Chairman, so this is the penal provision in respect of the matter in question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's move on. I think section 96, 98. Paragraph 62, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I've sat through till this point, and it's fair really to conclude that COVID-19 disease was not our problem. I'm making my comments. Allow me. But why are my friends from the opposite side so unhappy? No, you are sitting opposite to me.
It's the opposite side.
I say opposite side. You are opposite to me. Honorable Kumewu, Honorable Offensive Staff, why are you unhappy? Anyway, Mr. Chairman, we were told earlier that revenues were lower because of COVID-19, but it is observed here that you made payment of 23,388,750 and refused to withhold tax amounting to 1,754,156 cedis, 25 pesos. And the justification you gave was that because it was part payment. One, do you still stand by that justification that when you make part payments, you are not supposed to deduct tax? Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, do you still stand by that explanation that when you make part payments, you don't deduct taxes, you wait until you effecting the final payments before you deduct tax?
When it comes to the disbursement, I told Chairman, the head of the task force will speak to that, so let her speak to it.
Payments are done, taxes are withheld. In this case, it was missed, and we have since recovered the withholding amounts. Thank you.
So you should relax the laws, especially when you are the one paying. This one you were not following after. GRA was not following after them too. You were paying monies. That, as we've been told, because of that, till date, we are still paying COVID-19 levy. When I buy water, this water, I pay COVID-19 levy on it. And still, till now, no COVID disease, but we are paying levy. And you were refusing to deduct the revenue. Why, Nana, have you gotten COVID? I say COVID is there. We are not in America. It's Biden who got. You've gone against the law.
Please, the amount has since been recovered.
Is high duty as in thy side. Give divine.
The tax earlier, so that is an infraction. That's the question that I asked, that you agree that is an infraction.
Our midst. Oh God.
Oh, Samson.
Thank you very much.
Oh. Okay, Kofi.
She hasn't answered me yet.
Okay. Minister, kindly respond to the question. Not you. You can ask your team.
Yes, so
but I have
was,
to refer to
just
you.
going
wanted a yes or no answer. Then we'll take it up from there. That's all that I wanted.
Day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Kindly indulge me to skip.
Transaction had gone through and we noticed that we had missed this. We quickly followed up and it has since been corrected.
Well, Chairman, the answer
5 in today's order paper.
Samson.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, if you look at page 110, Appendix H. Yes. Appendix H. They paid honor certificates. Monies were paid, yes, monies were paid to constituencies. Individuals also received. The names are there. I can see Adenta here, I can see Abelekuma. And then they only signed and took those monies, ranging from 108 to 216,000.
Page 10.
Is it part of the 231 million that you did not pass through government system, that the people were signed and took these monies? Because they signed cash payment.
The votes and proceedings.
Honorable Yusuf.
Chairman, I'm still going back to the infraction that Honorable Kofi handles.
In my hands, the official report.
Smart Infraco Limited. Do you know them? And what procurement process was used in selecting them?
The official report of 19 June 2024 edition. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 19 June 2024 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings.
Communication.
So, move straight to public business.
Come again, can I?
We are not taking questions.
We are not taking questions today.
Yes, please. That's the agreement.
Okay. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it appears many of the ministers and colleagues who should be asking the questions are not currently available. So we have
Get in touch with Ministry of Education, Communication to get the details of all of that.
So Minister of Finance just made a payment. You don't want to know whether the MDA use the facility or not.
They were told the ministers are not going to be around, so they decided.
Space for, is it workshop or whatever, virtual workspace. Did they even use it at all?
So
from the respected minority chief whip.
We suggested that we get in touch with Ministry of Communication because they will be best placed to provide the facts to the factual response to this question, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance, as the main ministry for COVID, I ask you to appear on each day. So tomorrow you'll be appearing again. Kindly bring Minister of Communication along when you come tomorrow.
I'm sure he wouldn't want to challenge it.
Because we pay how much? 23 million. We spend a lot of money on that. Yeah, $23.3 million.
We should make
for workspace. Whereas MPs, we risk our life and coming to work every day.
very important, and this is a call out.
On Minister of Health, but the Minister of Finance, you are not discharged, because if Minister of Health says that the money you claim you have sent to them, they say they have not received it, we'll see the debates and then.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Minister.
Respectfully, I'll leave the head of the.
Sure,
yes,
sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Call his flag bearer to appear before the
Clerk, have you sworn in the Minister of Health already?
Mr. Speaker. No, I haven't.
I pray before the or going for the.
Actually, the people who really want.
Kindly introduce yourselves to the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you and the committee.
As you and I know.
For health.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Alhaji Hafiz Adam. Alhaji Hafiz Adam, Chief Director.
To just talk to them.
Honorable Chair, my name is Edward Bright Ejekum, Director of Procurement and Supply Chain, Minister of Health.
Good morning.
It's good for democracy. Yes, we will address them.
My name is Emma Friajimai, Director.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Kumabwaji, Director General Ghana Health Service.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Insia, MOH Finance.
They say that they can do better. They say that giving the opportunity.
As a deputy to represent him, and tomorrow he himself will come. So you are welcome. Honorable members, let's move on.
We were told that free SHS was not possible.
Paragraph 67. Honorable Sam George. Plan. On
after the referral to the economy.
Ashamantulaku Christian Village yani ICGC asafono ena edi enimhwe bomodia so be fraying on 0246 59 41 17 0246 59 41 17 0246 59 41 17 mesa utie ye owa animu hawana obi owa ade ben na ohunu yi agise we kiransa obi so owa ade ne we kira ohunu yi agise ben nansa yade ahuduo bia da ya affect ani no oba ye bema wo ho aduru na fe ohaw na tu enu nti se ye ete na esi wani ne so mekire cataract anase glaucoma na etete wo no nyame ya aduma efia da ebe ya oso bra bepiem ewo ye screen yi ase na ye wonsuo bi ho eye adwuma se nkonya sister bra entena ma eniyade emfa ho hye dem emre du se ewo so de ho efri yade ho eno ntina Zian Naturalist Clinic Dr. 3 days ya ba se ye ba beboa Ghana man na afe ohawa hodo a etiti nipa no yetumi eyiwo edi efri mu na fa ahodie atumi aba eno nti ba bi o wo tie nka bi adwumedie no eba so oyade be na etiti wo be ma untumi mu adwumade wo mpa so o mema ye bra nanse enkoye mesra bra ya so ye na wo sa be ma no oba fa kubensuo bra na ye waduro bi o ye fa ne quick start ne ye de mo no de gu ketre maso na udi kubensuo no won se guna bra after 15 to 30 minutes no o mema se bese gina ne naso biom a okura be onwanwa be ma bi o be 1 year ni 2 years ni anase 6 months ni ne be ma ye no konform kura ma o be me kura no entumi nsore da na odeni nam ho bra emre du se osan gina naso biom na fe bibia koye edema so atiase afe emema we de me kan boko oye be ma na obema no esha brana yempeje mu mawo yebetumi apeje mu ama kra yebepeje mu ama chesa edu level a wanka so pa na fe ye jai we natural we enye artificial ne mebia we habedro na yede bo na fe o mema sem no asan gina ne na so bi bra mentena se ma enipa ngro ho sa efisa nya sa na nyame bo wo enu nti nyame ya duma Friday ebe 26 July ya de uye bi ejai na bra bepiem na sentino na so biom stroke na etete wa na papa mame anampo ukọ check ubp no yesu ubp no kosoro so hye no so se ubp no ewo soro a enye ena fe ewo form so bebra enye nyankopon nimdie mu no ewo se edu level bi depending on age eno nti bra na yenhwe yen check ubp ne maw na yenhwe hawa ekoso nti a ubp no akosoro no na yenyi so ha ni nyina efefri ho enipa ka se diabetes ni edro ena won so wagi atum saa se diabetes eno an ebekumi awo ma me papa mesra wo kwate diabetes we edro no eni baby ase Zian Naturalist Clinic Dr. 3 days aso ye na oba obewu se edro wo baby ema nipa bi nsam omo kan emu wabem na ntenase ma yade enku ntontwene uhuhia oman Ghana uhuhia ebusua no uhuhia kasafidie yi eno nti de ye pene se obetenase na wadi nkyene ache na yade emfa nkonkopiem awasamado eno nti na sabre ye dwane a se nyame ya toma efiada ebe 26 aya July ya ye screening ewo yaso ye na de atie ne se uchia 100 Ghana cedis pe sa 100 Ghana cedis no consultation wom ufolder wom labs ahodo ewom ana fe niam bebre wo sa 100 Ghana cedis pe no mu a chese we no esu bi ma da wo Ghana ha eno nti take advantage of some opportunity na bra be piem ewo yaso ye na fe ye mo a na bibia enkoye emfa mawo mesra yade be na etete wo emre ni ntimi embubo yade ni nyina wodi asa otise oba bi kura ebu dwe a de hia ni so beba be piem na yede wa fa mfidiem de ehu de enti a otisa pains na ewo ni pedua num ye medada ye tried and tested hospital Ghana nyina agi atumu a chese ye tutu nyarwa ase enu nti de obeya ne se nyame adoma efiada ebe 26 July 2024 obeba be piem ewo yaso ye na yaboa na ohawa etete wo no ni nyina tu etwa de amount uko check uko lab ekoye lab na nse kura no yese o cholesterol no kosro na odeni nam ho saa ase hwe mfa ho ase hwe emfa ho na odeni nam ho misra wanda efia dei oso bra bepiem na cholesterol na abro so woni padua no nyina no yeyi ni nyina emfemfiri ho na se ntina na so biom me sorry sa fei na wodi wafidie na to hade a enkai bona anase nkomo amene etiefo boy nyina ne se nyame ya toma efia da ebe ya 26 July 2024 ewo ya so ye no Zian Naturalist Clinic nyame ya toma ye screening na screening no ye bi ewo kaswa tuba mama Africa Johnson ena fe enkraha old ashoman alowe Johnson ena shaman so na sa screening nyina mu no oba betua 100 Ghana cedis pe eno pe 100 Ghana cedis sa 100 Ghana cedis no lab wom consultation wom folder wom and a benefit bebre wom a chese esubi manda we a part of your social responsibility corporate social responsibilities a ya de bua Ghana man ene sabe edipa wampom dodo won ni nyina oti ho ye den bra efia de ya na fe yensa yade na wapom de ne ensa nyina ne na so biom ebia na ma no wantimi antwere a me de man for the last time 0246 59 41 17 0246 59 41 17 0246 59 41 17 och fresh and number we ya ye bejo so na fe yetumi aboa na efia na ebe wetumi anya pomodin ewo ya so ye sha no so say ye won kran ha old ashoman alowe junction ana fe kaswa tuba mama Africa Johnson ana mo amowo ashama ne importem so yawo ashama ntulaku Christian village yani ICGC asafo no na edi edimhwe number ni nie 0246 59 41 17 0246 59 41 17 ofra ya bejo so ya da munyina ase makra munyina
Wabatele Accra FM. To say, she announced that their website had been hacked, and so they should continue compiling the ballots with the manual system. And that's why we have a manual system and we have an electronic system. The electronic system makes tallying faster, but it does, even though it goes ahead and makes it faster, the manual system must also conclude before the elections are declared, because eventually the pink sheets are the name of the game. And so in 2016 and 2020, I wouldn't blame the Electoral Commission completely, because the electoral process affords us certain instruments and levers to be able to police the poll. And I must say that unfortunately, our preparation in terms of using the processes the electoral process affords us to police the poll were not effectively used. I can tell you we've learned the lessons from that time, and this time it is going to be close marking. We're going to put the right people at the polling stations, and for those of you who are NDC supporters, we're asking for volunteers. We want to know which polling station you are voting in. We'll train you, and on that day you will sit there for us. So those of you media people who are NDC supporters, I beg you, give us your names. In the morning, you won't go and vote and go away. You vote and sit at your polling station. We would have trained you, and you'll be our agent there to make sure that the right thing is done. We're going to man the collation centers. We have trained our people who are going to man the collation centers. They will be there. In some cases, in 2020, agents in the collation center went and they said, oh, the returning officers have not come yet. So you go home and go and eat and rest and come early in the morning. By the time they came early in the morning, the result had been declared. And of course, it led to confusion. And you remember that some people were killed by that incident. And so we are going to take advantage of the levers that the electoral process offers us to be able to police the poll. So I can assure every Ghanaian voter who votes for the NDC that your vote will be protected. I can assure you of that. Whole airport is currently not functional, but it still gives us the opportunity for medical evacuations and emergency flights. And so several times I've seen the Air Force, land there for one reason or the other. Unfortunately, Passion Air started flights into Ho, but the demand was sluggish, and I'm told that on one flight they had only a single passenger. And so it was not sustainable at the time. But I don't think we should give up. I think that commercial flights will resume to Ho if people see that time is precious, and instead of driving that length of time, 3 hours to Volta region, you probably are better off just flying 20 minutes and arriving on time. And so I do think some things can be done. But I also know that a group is intending to set up a pilot training school at the Ho airport of international standard and bring student pilots from all over Africa and Ghanaian students to train as pilots. That would be a useful use of the airport. There are many ancillary activities that we can do, like aircraft maintenance. We can put aircraft hangars there so that aircrafts that need maintenance can come there and maintain. And so it will still be a useful facility, and we will encourage the private sector to make use of it. After all, we built the facility, and so we just have to encourage and entice the private sector to take advantage of it. And the final question was on Ada Songo Lagoon. I don't know the processes that were used for the award of that concession, but I think that is something worth looking at. I know that there was resistance from the people, and a journalist in the local media station was brutalized and harassed, and I hear he eventually died. And so it's something that we should look at. What processes were used? What is the effect of on the livelihoods of the people? Because that has been a very controversial issue. I remember that there was a company before, Vacuum Salt, that did the same thing. There were run-ins with the people, and eventually the PNDC had to come in and streamline things. So I really don't know what has happened in this case, but of course if we come, we'll take a look at it and see what amelioration is possible in that regard. When I spoke about taxes, I was told that I was not very clear. There are some nuisance taxes. I thought that when I mentioned COVID levy, you would all have assumed that I said we'll take the COVID levy off. We are the only country that is still punishing our people for a pandemic that has passed. And so I think that there are other revenue sources that we can use other than the COVID levy. Aside from that e-levy, with all the noise that was made, the revenue that is coming in is 1 billion cedis. And why would you punish people who want to use electronic means of payment only to bring in 1 billion cedis and prevent them from doing so? And it hasn't brought in the required cash because Ghanaians are cashing out. Because why should I go and use Momo to pay? I pay a 1% transaction fee, then I pay another 1.5% COVID levy. So I pay 2.5%. But my colleague who uses cash to pay does not pay any tax. And so I'll also cash out the money from my Momo wallet, and I'll go and buy what I want. And that is why e-levy is not performing. And so if we want people to use more cashless transactions, and I think that we must build a target for ending collecting of cash. All government payments must be cashless, using electronic forms of payment. And if we're able to do that and take the punitive taxes off, I think more people would use it. And so I've said already that we'll abolish e-levy. So that's something that we intend to do. And so the nuisance taxes, we will take them off. And apart from that, like I said, we'll streamline the taxes, and we'll make sure that we're able to spread the tax net. We've always talked about it, but this is the time for us to take action. The other time I was wondering, I have a house, people come and service my air conditioners. If there's an electrical fault, somebody comes and repairs it. A plumber comes if there's a fault with the plumbing system and all that. And it's a cash economy. I pay them with cash. And I wonder, who takes tax from all these people? all these workmen, all these artisans, at least they must pay a small percentage of that so that they also are bearing the burden of the tax net. And so if we can find instruments to be able to reach those people, probably pass legislation that makes it compulsory that if somebody like that comes to work, he must be registered as a qualified plumber or as a qualified electrician, and to be registered, you must have an electronic payment handle, either a POS or a mobile money system. You must have a means where if you pay him, a small percentage of it goes into the tax net. That will bring more people into the tax net. But these are ideas that we are still distilling, and the details of it will be in our manifesto when we launch in August. You will see the meat and the issues that are captured in that manifesto. I thank you very much.
Hello, sir. Omaru's question on whether or not you scrap the Office of Special Prosecutor. And Kwekwe Uzeje says he didn't get your answer on what you would do for the customers of the collapsed banks and Men's Gold.
I answered on Men's Gold, but the collapsed banks. I said that we'll restore the licenses of banks that were unjustifiably taken. You see, the significance of that whole thing is that those banks that were closed were the banks that held the investment of indigenous Ghanaians in the banking sector. Before, most banks were foreign banks until we encouraged Ghanaians to enter the finance and banking sector. And a lot of people like Dr. Undum, Dr. Kwabena Heritage, and all those other banks that were closed put their monies in, got licenses, and UT Bank and all of them. And they run successful operations. You see, those banks were the banks in the riskier end of the market because they were the ones doing SME lending. And SME lending is the most risky part of the banking sector. The foreign banks lend to big customers, the Unilevers of this world and big customers like that. And those lendings are not risky because the establishments are known and they know that they'll get their money back. And so you could expect that definitely the banks that were working in the SME sector, which is the riskier end of the market.
Constituency. Haruna Bano corruption, watching us live from Okankwe South. We have Nana Kofi Ahen. Awushi, God bless you, Chairman. God bless you back. Nana Kofi. Ibrahim Musa is here from Wale Wale, Northeast region. Okay, so Ebenezer Benelis is here. Ebenezer, sir, o French message now was sent. No, one call be readium will be at be what? Yeah, na mototo enam ese nipa enum na mokeke nipa enum sa no. All right, Francis is here watching us live from Memphis, Miss Legon. We have a neutral. We'll be the NABCO trainees are threatening to go on demonstration. Honestly, I really support what Captain Smart said about blah 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 blah. Okay, so let me leave this one out. Then we have KN Emmanuel says good afternoon, Commander. Okay, so we have other messages about my never say Lottie Jones, Richie Paps is here. Then we have Risky also joining us on Facebook. Kudia is watching us. Ojaba Gabaski is watching us. But my main fan is also more follow you on your YouTube page, Citizen TV Ghana. Yeah, the almost be brepa. Say almost so joining Awuni Joseph Amwako Benson was Spain, and now Tuesday must start a campaign be, and I hope say the campaign ebe yield fruits. Maka same way and run me bosso. You see, sometimes more mutie no muntie ye biu. And Mesre Ghana Mebnu not to be timid. Don't be timid. Captain Smart bisa question be or say ye free boo ade no emfa so ba ne ye free so as abibiman as Ghana ye boo ade no emfa so ba ne nya. The Ghanaian youth must wake up and show signs. Say we are capable any day, any time. We are not timid. Don't be timid. Say mabunu etiemia mema obia emfa nse wadwene mu say umwade is a lie, a ploy to steal, to destroy. Me se me ne me ma ete nasa Kwame me ma esha ase omu didi me papa na temo, which means I've done something untoward. My exhibit suban bi aya suban no, it doesn't represent a father or a leader. So between the father and the kid, ana enkwala no, say father no and a son na subaya na say. Anytime I met try microphone we chibiano, me advice back to Ghanaian youth is to defy foolishness, defy stupidity, defy a rogue leadership. You should defy foolish leadership. We cannot be timid because obi beka se obi muade. Usia penibia o believe say akola bi e kan asem ontie message no o se akola ne to nation akola se de osika no oya kronfo obi ntida me mejiri say people like sa akwa no akotra PCFM no omo friends I Saman no ni dey say Saman no awa yinu akotra PCFM no is one of the criminals. When you use proverbs to run account unim say e ba ye bu nyina ya krono be aja Kofi Ajekum or something e ba ye bu nyina ya krono be, from whether the person is a Ga, an Ashanti, an Ever, a Sisala, Kusasi, a Fanti. The proverbs are ye bu nyina ya krono. The proverbs are ya di TV as nyina no e krono. Unu omanya ye de ebe and a running oman no a, then it tells you that leadership no e criminals. They are criminals. They are criminals. Unu omanya unu efie unu papa pania o one ne yire ne mate fie or the ebe and or the tifio or ya kronfo or criminals. And that is why our chieftaincy ya Ghana hemfu nyina bedane akronfo o kasa kire wa hene who said the okasa kire wa hene o kasa kire hwan a who said the okasa kire hwan. So they have become corrupt. O ya omuhwia enye yiye the galamsey issues ahemfu wom omo na etu police commanders wom military commanders wom omo na etu onipa ni sia no abusa asese nka papa ne me a nka abeka sei me papa ne wanka ma adura no mawu se me papa no na ya kronfo na wo sai oman sa wako soja oman abon ho ka ya hwe wo military mu ya sai tua wo ka saba ya onimdia wasua no wo de ba boa oman na ma oman na tumpon atare na ehye ne eche na ehye wo ninti no ena wanya crown abo animu na wudi nkwase asem wudu jimi free wo ma me no papa fie ena ade aba soja no mu na wudi nkwase asem yakoka house nti so papa ne me a me papa no wanka ba mo adura no mawu kama no would Jimmy na bewura police mu, would Jimmy na bewura friends say health sector, would Jimmy ababa bewura never pan one come on no dro mekun because we need for so be a more minor. I don't think many are brave or for TMA. Are you not sad? Say yet here. Na enipa nwotwe ayira. Enipa 8 ayira wa Ghana. Ye tutuo afa eye Trump asoho a na Akufo-Addo ascend no ascend no sympathy message sympathizing with Trump na nipa 8 ewu. This guy is a president in Ghana, living in Ghana. Say nipa 8 no mutua tax o. Ono ne yire ne ma. Akufo-Addo ne yire betimi ato bag $30,000 only in government. Omo opposition, we saw them. Omo mo bro, omo here. Omo ntumago, we saw them. So when you enjoy from the people and you don't care about the lives of the same people, then you call for respect. What kind of respect do you want from me? Tell me. What the office? What the care? Tell me, mommy. Do the tears ma make any na catch us Bobie de aka nyansa ba kokora anim say yet to oman mu wa wo te trotro ma wo tie me no ya MPP ni agreed, but wo tia tax like any ordinary Ghanaian. Ye nyu free mu say o party na wo power ntino wo de wo tia tax you pay. Ye ne bi ne de tua Akufo-Addo no mka wo ba ayira enya sa wo ba ko nipa mako wotwe nenka busuani wo mu a o mayira e wo Ghana ha. Ghana Police Service say omo ne eni bibia aka update bi omo mfa ho. They don't care. Omampani aye ne ti krom wo say Ghana enipa 8 ayira no until ye Trump ya open the president edi ewo America. Any as will be copena bonu tuone fa na so. And what your letter say Trump kafra pa dia tu ya nyame agiwe die ya da nyame ase Ghana fo nyina ama hyeden Ghana fo nyina ase Trump kafra. Enipa nwotwe na ayira ewo Ghana ha no. Sa enipa nwotwe no abusuafo de so wo ho. Now, mommy, sir, President we the 80 years or ya kaniba. Tiatitin wofie. Yeah, also there I can tell. Sir, enipa watching abusuafo, they are still struggling. Then this president say, o demand respect from mienu. Esi ye buno. Adentia. Why? Who national security? And almost say ya no tna afidi on record Bobie Ansah. Sabe ya mubetia hwe. Se Bobie be fota wo baby a. Enti asema make no. Wa so ma me etete okura no wagimi. Ana chese unim nyansa kura mpo a. Ana ayi your friend say MPP ba ya fa wo national security wa because mo MPP ba ya fa mu nyina yi nimu. Ye wo mudin, ye wo faces, ye nimu nyina. Adam people be konam no omko simple enti asem we ya enti me kan wa adwene ho say ye tie mamu ye tua taxes ma obi de to aduane di ontua light bill, ontua water bill. National Security Minister oya kani ni ofa kandapa ye nyina afiri kuro ba ko fe so na yiri firi Asante Mampon me firi Asante Mampon ye nyina abusua ba ko oya kani onim oya we enipa nwotwe na ayira police IGP oya kani oya we yetete no si ye no onim se nipa nwotwe na ayira. The vice president on a flag bearer say onim oya we onya briefings oya wale ni sremni oya tani yetete no si ye no oya we onim se nipa 8 ayira. Peace Council omati assemwe they are aware omo pe $1 million every abanwo sankrofo no omo ayira no omo taxes and a Peace Council pay $1 million akwache ni omo ni no omo senom akodi ni omo mprafo omo mprachwe tantan no omo ti Peace Council watch no omo pe $1 million enipa 8 na ayira no they don't care enye omo asem ndi mame so what se Bobie kan enti sankrofo unya show pa say they deserve slaps. That is why in France a citizen or she prime minister assume because Prime Minister Macron be catch almost say COVID aba na mo obi anchia obi anfada na batwe obi anfada batwe na onfo opesa o chia onua oya ne batwe say now so why you batwe say na mo de mo batwe ni mienu no ese ani nchia na COVID time ye chia no ye de ye batwe na chia. Macron to kwai odru aya airport and on the decide say ono offer ne batwe enchia into obeso nkrofo sachia and somebody slapped him. That is positive defiance. That is positive defiance. Who told you say abrofu buade? Omo di mojasiew and abuild omo mine. The citizens defy foolish leadership. Yani na ma omo leaders omo ni bieye omo ni tiye. And we must do it today. Even change of government, we should do it to whoever will come. Whether NDC Jomama, me say Jomama Baba Yakufado ni ba omiankwasi asemu ya omo dia. We should face them with the same power. And I know George Bush, about Bessia journalist, a yin in Namun Pabwa, where the China needs to say, ya wine. Or more press conference, and a George Bush, he can't quasi asem. Babesia, yin in Pabwa was massa. By ye hano, ya way ya. It sounds that we have very corrupt elders and pennyform ya cromfo, or mere criminals, or mutimo daintino. The first nobody show to say and Cassenti a penny. And to say, I must say Asano, say, and Yakrana, and Yasani a cano. Men can say, do you know Cody Bonino or no one ferry say, Papa Penmuti Semi, and you can say me we are on my sika at the Kofro, a year we mushay, any a Maiwa lesbians. I could find myself American as Miss Bruno. And you guys say we are on my sika at the choir side and me a Papa Penny. Ubo se Bobie Ansah must be sianoa, me do a boy permanent say, hey, Papa, wait there, Debbie. Oh, yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Hey, moment, thanks for the correction. Thanks. And it's a Papa na ferry. Say, oh, no, Bonia me kodi and Fatame. What's it, mere? As we did it, na Tom catcher and say, oh, we are stupid man, pass ut me for my sika at the choir side. Just look at this. Just look at me, but also officer, you just look at this. Well, first cano akwa say no. Tia colon eye oman mabunu ya moti enka. Oman mra does not allow us to pick arms. Oman mra does not allow anyone to attack anybody physically with weapons. A tiamra, a same omai. But there is nowhere in our laws that bars us from getting angry and showing our anger and young country a corrupt leadership that you are corrupt or you are crumb for. Send the 100 years. Now you don't cry you don't fight a quite bonus because at your age 80 years and you are still in the country. We will work a gentry man who work no gentry man. Tiadiana wo ye no a wo say ade no wo say o man no na wo jawako. So when we sit here and yes obi anu obi wasemo no. And let me tell you, me Bobie, I don't hide what I think and what I know. Anybody who supported Akufo-Addo Edini Bemu Biano is a very stupid person. Anybody. Omo who say omo jibi ye no, omo do ma beji atum atakene di nom frempon boate nom yeah. You know, because you can't run a country down like this. But Mr. Ghana Mebunu, don't be timid. The moment of Obibeka Chira say, Akolawe nani Swadian, which means you are saying something right. Trust me. Don't be timid. Rise up and speak. That is the only weapon we have. Then they'll come and tell you, know what you say, at what time, at that time, at which place. Hey, Jimmy, I haven't asked anybody to call me Dr. Ansah or whatever. No. No. I don't need it. And I don't want to go and buy doctorate titles. You get money, so you go and buy it. I don't have time. Over cry when I'm crying for Nsiapakem, you are riding in the Apakai on the street. It's none of my business. My whole business is that the Ghanaian youth should defy foolish leadership. Simple. We can't be timid. We cannot stay like this. And that is the reality. Nipa eitewu. Nipa eitewu. Our president is not saying anything. Rather no Trump yako. Trump ya 22 afana so. I've seen people complaining, say your radio no call off. I don't know where the technical thing is. I don't know. At least Ghana Police Service will update us. Oh, Enipa 89 no say. We are doing everything possible. There may be more can be now say and crime. Oh, yeah, bomb or buying. Sort of. Obia and few Obia. And we are there.
We'll have liquidity problems based on bad debt and all that. But the answer was not to clean them out, shut them down, throw more than 10,000 banking professionals onto the streets, and incur a debt of 25 billion Ghana cedis when you could have resolved the matter with less than 5 billion. Because the reason for which they were closed was that they should increase their reserve requirements to 400 million. And so if 10 banks were closed, 400 million is 4 billion. So why couldn't Bank of Ghana give liquidity support to those banks, put them under administration, and make sure that they pay down the equity every year until they are able to repay the liquidity support? It was done in the case of, I think, the Bank of Scotland also. The British government knew the bank was going down. They gave them a liquidity injection and took equity in proportion to the liquidity they gave them. Today, that bank has fully paid. It's one of the strongest banks that you can find in England. And so I think that there were other ways we could have solved this problem without this knee-jerk action of just closing those banks. So I've said that we must restore indigenous investment in the banking sector, and we would give back the licenses of those whose banks were unjustifiably taken. There might be financial implications to it, but we must be prepared to bear those financial implications, because when government does wrong, it must restitute. And so I think that these are things that would look at with regards to the banking sector. Apart from that, not every bank must be a Class A bank. And so you can't say every bank must have a reserve ratio of 400 million, because they lend to different segments of the market. There are banks that are lending to small communities, and their reserve requirements should not be 400 million. Why do you need 400 million to establish a bank that is catering to a certain segment of the market? And so we'll have a tiered banking structure. For the small banks, Class C banks that lend to the SME sector, 80 million cedis or 100 million cedis is enough for them to operate. For the medium scale banks, 200 million cedis, 300 million cedis is enough for them to operate. And then for the Class A banks, the big banks, we can raise the reserve requirements even higher. So I think that that is what we need to look at.
OSP, whether will you scrap it or not?
Why would I scrap the office of the OSP? I won't.
Thank you, sir.
It is an addition to our anti-corruption fights. And indeed, the people who set up the OSP office today are the ones trying to remove the special prosecutor. And they are the ones who are insulting the special prosecutor more than anybody else. And so the special prosecutor is doing his job. And I expect that if we remove political interference in his work, that office can be more, efficient. Today, cases that the special prosecutor took up, I mean, one cannot understand what is happening. You see what happened between the special prosecutor and Yoko. The docket has been sent to Yoko. Yoko said we haven't received any document, and all that and all that. And so the case has been left to die. Today, the $1 million something under the bed case is effectively dead. And don't think that it died because justice prevailed. It died because of political interference. Another case, PPA, went to court, and the judge ordered the unfreezing of the accounts. The day he ordered the unfreezing of the accounts, the next day all the money was withdrawn from the accounts. And so we need to create an environment where the special prosecutor can work and work on behalf of the people of Ghana. And so I will not scrap that office. I will strengthen that office to be able to investigate those who are leaving office, who have been harassing the prosecutor, and also investigating my people who will fall foul of the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you will agree.
I've heard this thing said so many times, and I wonder the basis why they say so. The NDC has no social intervention programs. It's the funniest thing I heard. Who brought the District Assembly's Common Fund concept? It was the NDC. We put it in the 1992 Constitution and said 5 to 8% of total government revenue should go directly to the districts for their development. So if you go to your district and the District Assembly has built a school, a KVIP, a nursery, a sports recreation, a community center, it is a social intervention of NDC that has produced that. Who introduced the GET Fund? It's Rawlings, NDC. We passed the GET Fund law. And but for the GET Fund, where would our education be? Most of the educational infrastructure in this whole country is being provided through the GET Fund. And so how can you say we haven't introduced social intervention policies? But in any case, what is social intervention policy? Is an action or policy that provides social services or social benefits to the people. And so it's not only GET Fund and other things. We have provided more access to water than any other government in the history of this country. When Professor Mills came into government, access to clean drinking water was 58%. By the time we left office, access to clean drinking water was 76%. For Accra alone, we added 40 million more gallons of water. In 8 years, not 1 gallon has been added. And I hear the Ghana Water Company say, oh, Accra is overgrowing its supply of water. It's overgrowing its supply because in 8 years, you have not added a single gallon to it. You must plan and know what your population growth rate is. And you must continue to put in the capacity to bring in more water. And that's why I'm saying that we took water and brought it in from the northern direction of this country. And so Adenta and other places that had never gotten water for almost 15 years saw their taps flowing for the first time. Today, I'm sure your taps flow twice a week or something. If you don't store water, you will run short. And so we need to invest to bring more water supply, not only to Accra, but to all our growing communities around the country. And so if you are a government and you haven't invested in improving water, definitely access to people will be denied. We've extended electricity more than any government in the history of Ghana. Electricity is a public good. When electricity arrives in a community, it changes the lives of the people very rapidly. People can engage in small-scale enterprises. It was Rawlings who introduced the Rural Electrification Program and the National Electrification Program. And so today, when we say that Ghana has more than 80% access to electricity, it's because the NDC introduced those policies for us to be able to do so. So how can any person say that NDC has not introduced any social intervention? Even the NHIS. NDC started a pilot in Damango and Nkranza for the NHIS. Implementation started in President Kufuor's time. But what President Kufuor introduced was a mutual health insurance scheme. And so your card, your NHIS card, allowed you to access health services only in the district in which you were registered. Today's National Health Insurance Scheme was introduced by Professor Mills. He changed it from a mutual district insurance scheme to a national health insurance scheme so that your card could access health care anywhere in Ghana you go. And so I wonder what is giving these people this idea. You know, I can refer to free school uniforms and free sandals. The free school uniform policy was introduced by Professor Mills. I can refer to the free textbooks for basic schools. When Nana Jane, seated here, was minister, she came and met a situation where 3 children had access to 1 textbook. By the time she left office as minister, every child in basic education had access to 4 textbooks of their own. If that is not social intervention, I wonder what else is social intervention. Even let's take progressive free SHS. It's a policy, the free SHS. I launched the free SHS. And so you can't say that we have not had any social intervention. If you talk about the cocoa sector, our policy of free fertilizer and free cocoa inputs and free seedlings changed the lives of the cocoa farmers. And if you remember, when I was leaving office, we did almost 1 million tons of cocoa because of the policy that we had of giving these inputs to the farmers free. If that is not a social intervention, I wonder what else is. That argument must stop. I've heard this thing said so many times, and I wonder the basis why they say so. The NDC has no social intervention programs. It's the funniest thing I heard. Who brought the District Assembly's Common Fund concept? It was the NDC. We put it in the 1992 Constitution and said 5 to 8% of total government revenue should go directly to the districts for their development. So if you go to your district and the District Assembly has built a school, a KVIP, a nursery, a sports recreation, a community center, it is a social intervention of NDC that has produced that. Who introduced the GET Fund? Ms. Rawlings, NDC. We passed the GET Fund law. And but for the GET Fund, where would our education be? Most of the educational infrastructure in this whole country is being provided through the GET Fund. And so how can you say we haven't introduced social intervention policies? But in any case, what is social intervention policy? Is an action or policy that provides social services or social benefits to the people. And so it's not only GET Fund and other things. We have provided more access to water than any other government in the history of this country. When Professor Mills came into government, access to clean drinking water was 58%. By the time we left office, access to clean drinking water was 76%. For Accra alone, we added 40 million more gallons of water. In 8 years, not 1 gallon has been added. And I hear the Ghana Water Company say, oh, Accra is overgrowing its supply of water. It's overgrowing its supply because in 8 years, you have not added a single gallon to it. You must plan and know what your population growth rate is. And you must continue to put in the capacity to bring in more water. And that's why I'm saying that we took water and brought it in from the northern direction of this country. And so Adenta and other places that had never gotten water for almost 15 years saw their taps flowing for the first time.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I go on to other important matters, please let me state my understanding of where we are as a country, as a nation, and the implications of what lay ahead. The election ahead is not so much about Ghana making history, although that is important. It is not so much about returning a competent president back to power. It is not even about producing the first woman vice president, historical and exciting though these are. It is not only about bringing the NDC back to power, although that is indispensable in our current circumstances. The elections ahead and winning them is about winning elections for a purpose. The purpose goes beyond those enumerated above. The purpose is the opportunity to heal our country again. It is about the opportunity to pull Ghana back from the precipice of destruction, of normalizing corruption, of incomprehensive greed, from deep despair. The election ahead and winning it for our party is about hard work and abiding sacrifice. It is to embrace everyone in building a Ghana that functions again. It is to work towards a Ghana where citizens have confidence and hope and are determined to regain their independence of thought and of agenda. We must work towards a Ghana that at the very least can feed itself. We know we can. We must work towards a Ghana where the law truly works, where there is shared prosperity, where democracy has not become a fluke, where people are not abused, and where the basic necessities of life are not denied the majority. It is a chance to work hard towards building a country where citizens do not feel disrespected or intimidated or ignored because of the way they vote or the language they speak. The victory we seek as a party is to invite everyone to the onerous task of rebuilding a broken Ghana, of restoring hope in a manner that is capable of, and evidenced by its history and achievements, especially the recent ones under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. My brothers and sisters, we are not in ordinary times. This is not news. Some of us have been around for a while and have experienced the to and fro of politics in Ghana, but never have we experienced the levels of greed, unbridled arrogance, unrestrained impunity, sheer dishonesty, barefaced hypocrisy, incompassion as displayed by this incumbent government over the past 6 years and more. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the task ahead is formidable, much more than it was 4 years ago. When people ask me, why are you doing this? Let me explain. I remain inspired by the fact that as a people, we have faced terrible situations before. Check our history. Please don't begin with the Fourth Republic or the struggle for independence, although these are also important milestones. Go hundreds of years back. In those hard times, our forefathers and our foremothers too did not throw up their arms in despair. They fought back. They resisted. They sacrificed. They persevered. They brought back hope when there was none. They picked up the pieces of a broken people and carefully and strategically sewed them back. And they left for us a legacy of selflessness, of true patriotism and pride. It is our responsibility today to leave something better for the next generations. Giving up is not an option. We must all soldier on. Across the political divide, across social and professional groupings, among the youth, you hear complaints and stories concerning state capture, where this government has chosen to use its power not in the broader interest of all Ghanaians, but to favor a small clique. What is that? John and I have agreed that whoever has participated in the plunder of the state must be held accountable. And my friends, this is not a threat, it is a promise. It is a promise which is premised on the wishes of our citizens across the political divide, and it is hinged on the principle of accountability. Let us face the facts. Today, what do we hear? Is the promotion of ethnocentric elitism, which is masquerading as intellectualism. Ladies and gentlemen, it is elitism masquerading as intellectualism. It is weakness strutting as courage, and crony capitalism masked as development in freedom. It is shameless hypocrisy pretending to be objective. These will never move our country forward. Rather, the most significant achievement of all these has been a country in near insolvency. Its natural resources such as water, land, and even the environment in rebellion. A people harassed and intimidated into numbness, and as some will say cynically, some of us also bribed into silence. I envisage a report on the administration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on the ticket of the NDC in his reign 2013 to early 2017. And I bet that the report will have no reference to the following: a multi-million dugout. I don't know about you, but the image I get looking at that hole is a trench in utter shock that anyone could believe it was intended as a Thanksgiving gift to the almighty, invisible, God only wise. You will not find in his record a free SHS at war. The battle fought on the grounds of food, shelter, space, even calendar, teaching and learning materials, or those who spend a couple of weeks in school and many months at home just idling by. You will not find past questions instead of textbooks and science equipment. You will not find an atmosphere that suppresses learning. You will not find free water and electricity to a few that has turned out to be most expensive for everyone. Such a report will not find COVID money shared for partisan political campaign purposes. And all of this done when people were dying and they needed just a little bit of help. You will not find in a STEM an Ejapa-like manifesto. And you will not find him as president clearing malfeasance and writing love letters to prejudice a bad situation. You will not find that unemployment jumped from 8 to 14%. And actually check the figures. Check the actual figures. Go beyond the percentages. And you will not find a debt to GDP that has gone a war, or a city that refuses to be tamed. Under his tenure, you will not find weak efforts to hide the truth of Dumso. The report will not include scandals surrounding the PDS, Australian visa, Keldon GVG, was contaminated fuel, excavations, and Aboboya tricycles that can fly faster than Nkomfem. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will not find unfulfilled promises of one village, one dam, $1 million per constituency per year, 350 secondary schools from scratch, and too many betrayals and too many instances of disrespect. You will not find in his time Extraka too embarrassed and gone into hiding because it is too afraid to expose its plagiarized content. In truth, such an investigation of his time would not reveal over 100 scandals and still counting. What will the report say about the NDC under John Dramani Mahama? After exhausting the list of clinics, hospitals, medical centers, expansion of existing universities, polytechnics, 10 technical universities, brand new universities, focus on current and projected national needs, you will find the Mahama schools, popularly called E-blocks, and you will find these constructed from scratch. You will find that there was a debilitating shift system and that it was painstakingly and effectively abolished. You will find that the ratio of textbooks at the primary level moved from 1 book to 3 children to 4 books per child. This is a leader you can trust. This is a leader who has the love of the country at heart. The report will highlight new roads, harbors, railway lines, not what we've seen of late, Ayalolo buses. You will find the lack of intimidation of opposing voices. you will find serious investment and practice to enable a digitized economy and society. The report will go on to point at housing projects, including the famous Saglemi housing complex, and even those that somebody has happily raised to make room for a presumed cathedral. You will find that journalists were not hounded into exile. Should I add more? Okay. The report will find that once upon some years ago, the blame for power outages was placed at the doorstep of the President and the Minister for Energy. The report will find a President who saw the energy crisis that he inherited, and a minister who did resign on principle. The report will tell of a timetable for load shedding, provided to respect the dignity of citizens and acknowledge their right to plan, and also to learn the truth about our situation with energy. The report will contrast the existing arrogance in leadership with that of the respectful JDM, who builds the children and youth by offering lasting skills, quality education, serious adaptable training, who opens up the economy to create more space for jobs and self-actualization. The report will highlight a JDM who does not line up desperate young people in the heat of the tropical sun to march and salute him as head of state for jobs that have no head, they have no tail, they have no future. The report will explain the foundations of the principles of the policies of the NDC, that they will see that the NDC strives and thrives on consensus building, from observation, study, analysis, vigorous debates that tolerate all views, to an agreement on the options at hand, and end with well thought out implementation plans. The benefits of such approach inure to everyone. They inure to nation, they inure to community, they inure to individual, in that order. The report will highlight, going forward, the critical processes that will lead to innovations and flexibilities of the brave, timely, intentional intervention of a 24-hour economy, as proposed by H.E. Mahama, after consulting widely with stakeholders and citizens across the country, because he respects everyone. I am not surprised at all that many labor groups, businesses and individuals have embraced the concept. It is a vision anchored on the firm belief that the right policies and with the right policies and incentives in place, we can inspire a new generation of enterprises to adopt a multi-shift work system and wider participation in the economy, thereby ushering us all into a new and golden era of Ghanaian industry. Obiara baby. And by the time the policy is in full flight, a couple of years down the road, we should not be surprised to see how, from the vegetable seller to the miner, from the smallest hamlet to the crowded cities, from the farmer to the fisher folk, from the young couple to the single parent, everyone will come and see and apply the benefits of the 24-hour economy for national, group and individual advancement. Please come join us in our hall meetings, in our town hall meetings, and other programs to learn more about this incredibly effective strategy. Do not fall victim to those who have realized that having failed in sloganeering and packaging, that they have exhausted all their strategies and therefore resort to deception and destruction. We are particularly pleased to see, as evidence in credible polls, that this visionary policy has caught on and resonated with the public, especially with our young people. Where are the youth? Are they here? The policy is for you, so please come and learn more about it. I know for a fact that the nation builder, John Mahama, who is not an economist, will deliver this economic model. He thinks through what he does. He thinks through what he says. He considers advice. He is confident enough to amend his views when confronted by working alternatives. He does not rush with decisions that have serious effects on the lives of others. John Mahama does not shoot from the hip. A 24-hour economy. A 24-hour economy will demand that we pay special attention to skills training in Sanwejuma. And that is why we are serious about continuing with the critical reforms and the improvements we made under his tenure in our technical and vocational training institutions to ensure that we equip our youth with the technical skills necessary for a thriving economy. And Sanwejuma also means equipping our youth with tech skills so that they are ready to participate in our economy and in the global remote economy. So, as we mentioned several times, during the 2020 campaign, we intend to implement the 1 million coders program, which sets an ambitious but attainable goal to train over 1 million of our youth in coding, data science, and other tech fields. The potential for this pool of young people to contribute to Ghana's GDP is enormous, and inshallah, it shall happen. Definitely, another important area, and why this position is important, and why the NDC has prioritized it. We will pay special attention to issues and challenges faced by women in all walks of life. Oh, the women are not happy. And the men too. This is part of the reason we propose extended maternity leave, in line with one of HE of His Excellency President Mahama's 2020 election promises. And in the 2024 manifesto, the flexibility offered within the context of a 24-hour economy must hold special attention for women, for obvious reasons. Maybe we should meet and have a long discussion on that one. Women entrepreneurs must have access to capital for the entire sector to boost their businesses. And that is why we will actively pursue the establishment of a Women's Development Bank. To primarily nurture and grow women-owned, women-led businesses. Women must become millionaires too, shouldn't we? We must become millionaires too through hard work, as our men do. We do not need hands out. We need hands up. Women of Ghana are capable of managing that bank 100%. The bank must take care of small-scale businesses or tiny-scale businesses to give them credit. And I'm talking about those who are hawking or people whose businesses do not depend on huge capital. I envisage this board made up of trading associations and cooperatives, and all these fully represented and making serious decisions and being accountable to its members. And I into me. Hello, and the world knows what we do with our resources when women prosper. We hardly leave our children behind. We hardly leave the wider families, including the men, behind. There is better stability at home. There's better peace at home. Most will demand less job money, so the girls should clap for us. And you know that all these add up to make a nation at peace with itself. Surely this is what Kwabena Agri must have observed when he made his famous statement about the far-reaching effects of the education of women. Thank you very, very much. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if anyone has any doubt, just remember a lady called Esther Oklu. What brilliance, what innovation, what display of entrepreneurship. She showed the way. Let's revive that dream and hope and actions of our hero and heroine entrepreneurs as models. Let's stop killing their dreams, because some of us are simply too lazy, too envious, too lacking in original ideas, or have capabilities that are too low to match their results. How do we preach entrepreneurship, encourage a study, and propose this practice, and then turn around to make waste of the efforts of successful entrepreneurs? If you decide you don't like the owner, think of the worker who may be a member of your community, your political party, or even your church member. How about him? We must move to the level of encouragement, appreciation, and support of those who participate in the private sector, no matter what. Their efforts at nation building trickle down to all groups. We will also undertake the modernization of our markets, which remain special and dominant places for women in the economy. Market women deserve the benefits of a clean, modernized marketplace. Our efforts so far bear witness. All I plead is that our efforts must not end with beautiful Kejetia or attractive Kotokraba and allied markets. My fellow Ghanaians, please, let us just be mindful and show some respect to our citizens. So the lights are not stable. And because somebody has not told us that it is doomsday, it means there is no doomsday. So the Electoral Commission is struggling to defend its credibility. And until the Commission tells us that the missing equipment mean nothing, everyone should believe that there are no issues to worry about. How did disrespect get so high? Actions that impoverish and disenfranchise do not necessarily translate into feeble-mindedness. in people who are angry, in people who are hungry, and in people who are oppressed. On the contrary, again, check the details in our history. Electoral Commission, I address you directly. It is in the national interest and in your own interest to make transparent what has been and is going on in your establishment. The truth will not be suppressed. You cannot be so independent as to disregard the people who validate your existence. It does not happen anywhere. Easy. A word to the wise is in Ansah North. This administration has all but given up. Whereas they will not consult, they will not engage, they will not review. Woman Ethiopia, woman back corner, sir. A man for Sonny on back pim, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters, fellow Ghanaians, Ghana requires a different environment, and urgently so. The Ghanaian voter is presented again with the experienced, humble, focused, and truthful John Mahama, who has always consulted out of respect and out of the conviction that knowledge does not reside in the head of any one person. The condescending see this, unfortunately, as a sign of not having original ideas. The unpretentious see it as a sign of understanding the foundations of democracy, which is consensus building. I see it as a sign of strength, and I feel privileged to work so closely with JDM. Consensus building should be the fulcrum of any progressive, positive project. It has already been demonstrated to us how without such a foundation, the Ghana without aid has turned out to be the Ghana without compass. We have a choice now, come December 7th, and let us make the right choice. Corruption is too rampant in many government and non-government institutions. Sadly, those institutions meant to check on corruption have been significantly weakened. We must strengthen the institutions, and we will do just that when the NDC comes to power from January 2025, God willing. It is our duty to ensure that our sources of wealth are not given away to obscure entities or shrouded in opaque deals. We must not arrive at a destination where our national assets and natural resources are treated by some as if they were assets of their own creation, to be willed forever to friends and family. We must be passionate about justice, about the protection of our environment, about protecting our differently able citizens. We must be passionate about institutions that are responsive or are supposed to be responsive to our collective needs. We must be passionate about stamping out corruption. Let no one tell us otherwise. Not even those who have so alienated themselves from reality as to be impervious to the truth of women delivering on the floor, of children waiting for a benevolent person to advance much needed vaccines, of children learning in dangerous circumstances, of teachers threatened and parents intimidated from their core functions of caring for their own children, of those who can no longer afford healthy and once affordable meals, euphemistically called face the wall or Kofi Brookman. We must ensure that our elderly citizens must not picket for their own money. Let no one tell us that the culture of silence has become the norm, and let no one convince us that 8 persons were shot in cold blood because they had gone to exercise their civic responsibility of voting, and that it was all right for a whole member of parliament to call them criminals, or that it is okay for South to have no representative in parliament for 4 years. And all of this happening under democracy because somebody whimsically decided hours to elections that they could not vote for a parliamentary candidate. And please don't tell us that the Bank of Ghana, rather than defending itself from accusations of breach of procedure, can choose to label those who raise the matter publicly as hooligans, and that they should have followed procedure. And at the time of accounting to the people, let no one pretend that they have more human rights than those they have consciously disenfranchised and those to whom justice has been shamefully denied. When those otherwise loud voices we assumed spoke for the voiceless have gone into self-imposed silence and even deafness and blindness, with all apologies to our friends, but this is self-imposed, not natural. Should we honestly be surprised at the high levels of cynicism, if not done right, mistrust of our leaders? Are we surprised that we have our youth in despair? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our country is not sitting pretty. Things have gravely deteriorated. We agree to that. It is high time we came together to do the hard work, to build again, regardless how daunting. All is not lost. Our beloved country can rise again. Ghana will rise again, and this time it should not slack. Politics is about building the country. It is not about insults or filthy language. Politics is not about disrespect or fear. It is not about violence or greed. It is not about abuse of power or hypocrisy. Politics is about fighting injustice, hunger. It's about fighting hopelessness, arrogance, selfishness, unbridled greed, corruption, state capture, disrespect of fellow human beings. And in this fight, we don't need private armies, we don't need mercenaries, we don't need destructive ammunition, or in Ghanaian parlance, by heart talk, or wanton ruining of other people's hard-earned reputations. That is not politics. What I've enumerated is jealousy hoisted on cowardice. We need the armor of principles, selflessness, sacrifice, and all these rooted firmly in the service of those who give us the power. Politics is to imagine a better community, a better constituency, a better region, a better country. All of us building the Ghana we want together. The time for us to rise as a nation is now. Let us walk and work towards a victorious election that goes beyond political triumph. The triumph must work towards a transformed Ghana, where merit counts, where equity is paramount, where opportunity is not a privilege, where justice is just, where our sons and daughters can aspire to any height without the fetters of bias or limitation. To everyone who has lost hope, our youth as a collective, especially our indispensable constituencies made up of young people, especially the women and the girls, the professionals who are at work, those who remain unemployed, our friends in the media, wherever you are and whatever you do, whether you are driving, you are a food processor, chop bar operator, factory worker, market woman, worker, I address you last because you are very, very special to me. And I open my arms.
Cannot be underestimated. You know it, I know it. They've been in existence for a long time and have been changing their names up till this day. The nature of who they are. Listen. Munjir, the nature of who they are, what they are, where they've come from, is something they are happy with, and they will be there for a long time. Let's not mimic their behavior. Let us reach into the principles and the values that emerged out of the circumstances that gave birth to us. And if we can hold onto those principles and those values, we will move way into the future and no one can ever defeat us. We will ride and override any obstacle as we did in the past. The NPP cannot be underestimated. You know it, I know it. They've been in existence for a long time and have been changing their names up till this day. The nature of who they are.
Nya okaka ho any taxes and levies. Ampa ohwe ade ba ko ama Ghana kani na yese ye favorite destination for investment. And it say na your taxes ne levies e wo form kakra. And so afen so de em say senya aban ama the economy no ahwe ase no IMF program omuko mu no IMF akachiro mo say yeto a yeje anase revenue a yenya no was see pager ekodru 24%. Kane near 15%. Taxes are almost 2 years a pager ya about 17 point something percent. And so almost by 2028 I will see drew 24%. In the chest say omunya ye sa taxes now de gu so no enya endru pempenso a yebeka say omowie. Enti na now person omode VAT to electricity so that was one of the reason. And so enya say TU se mo ekotia ya anka by now electricity bill bia anka VAT edaso. Yankwani oman a ewo wiase ha nyina a echese yare aba eko a yeji yeto efa sa yare no COVID levy. COVID aba eko China bibia COVID efrimpo ye omo COVID levy. Nso Ghana kwani eje COVID levy. Enti sa nyoma no wo hwe emissions tax any sa taxes ni na eyeto a aban ede to ye so as a result of IMF agreement a omo aye. Enti na obi ka say oh me ba metwa eto no mu wo aban no mu sesia so obetimi etwa to no mu a hyase netwa namato eto no mba from ne ehu menka say o montoma mi Ansah me ba sa eto yi me ye fi ho enti nia wo ka no ne no kre no no. One of the things I be say you be streamline VAT because mentia say obekọ ejom na enkrofo miensa eton ade baako eye VAT 3%, baako ne VAT ewo soro kakra, baako so VAT ye 21%. Meanwhile omunyina the same customers. Enti say me ba ho na obeje me VAT 21% a meko ne obeje me 3% no. Enti I see a streamlining so that traders nyina will pay the same rate in terms of value added tax. I feel so port send your kind Toyota Vitz. Edano mini guta foshiaye. Me fa an example of car bia ubia imported and me kind levies and taxes also. About 23 levies and taxes. Se woka se duty any san your mana and no you harmonized ECOWAS tariffs into duty no untimi nya ho hwe. But the problem the levies and port charges are illegal. Enti na me say we rationalize all those levies. Ni eni say wo ho no ye be ye fi ho. Say na be ya e be ma to na ba from kakra. But the major thing I was saying is we have to stabilize the currency because it will affect bibia. One of the reasons Ankrofo esu and they said this week ubeko na currency no yes Bank of Ghana say currency no exchange rate ni say into that one on the bejo port. The next week ubeko na cedi a free ebia 14 about 15 into that one na obetua in cedis no na e say kosro. Into one of the priorities of government will be to stabilize the currency and stabilize the economy. Senebeya obia asombejo no into say emoya memano
na niaka ni propaganda ebo a yehye nyina yediso we are the best government since independence. Nkrumah poma say sa abanfu we modem ho to Nkrumah. Nkrumah was a visionary. And ne besine would they could doom akosom gosha say benya light or my moha. Meanwhile 1965 and Nkrumah biesa akosom bodam. Ebesine it is the bulwark of our power supply in this country. And now would you see motorway no? Na she say obi betimi akọ bebi wo Ghana ha. Tama habo Nkrumah nesi. And then Kataman habo ni ho could we have imported items into this country? Kotoka Airport Nkrumah nesi. You dare not compare yourself to Nkrumah. Don't try. Ezu, mo pese mo ye comparison na. Mo de ma mo fa nko Nkrumah so. Mahama o heya. Ezu, and Fanco rolling so, and Fanco Kufo so, at a mills and Fanco so, Mahama will hey ya. Me ya 4 years, most of my 4 years. Yes, a mum better say. Mo track record ni, yes, we had ni, near final comparison, and also most of my. Na, niaka ni propaganda. A boy, you're saying now, you do so. We are the best government since independence. Unkruma Poma, sir, about full way. Modern Moho to Unkruma. Nkrumah was a visionary. And ne besine would they could doom a cause of Moshe say Benya light or my moha. Meanwhile, 1965 and Nkrumah Biesa a cause of Bodam. A besine, it is the bulwark of our power supply in this country. And I would see motorway no. Nasha say will be better me a baby or Ghana ha. Tamahabo Nkrumah nesi. And then Kataman Habo Niwa. Could we have imported items into this country? Kotoka Airport Nkrumah nesi. You dare not compare yourself to Nkrumah. Don't try. Ezu. Mo person mo ye comparison na. Mo de mama fan ko Nkrumah so. Mahama o heya. Ezu. Enfan ko rolling so, enfan ko kufo so. Ata mills enfan ko so. Mahama o heya. Me ye 4 years. Most of my 4 years. Yes, I'm better say. Mo track record ni. Yes, we had ni. Near final comparison. And also most of my. Na niaka ni propaganda. A boy you're saying na you do so.
Okay, will be all good party no. And you want to be neighbor with me. Want to be neighbor with me. Omu good MPP party. And you me who America and a new good party no. But omu ni and we will not and we will be good party. But young Tinoho and we will be good party no. Me catch no omu meeting so much when you know I have it. Yes. Omu mistake. There will be an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let's see your anti-galaxy. Whether you like it or not. Kwabena. Africa. Otumeka chira ni kuro say. Why is ceremony to young man? Why is ceremony to young man? Now what do we are Kenya? Who Pharisees because we are Kenya? We are Christiania. Who Pharisees because we are Christiania? Men some Muslims who want some it is said. On what about we are a Muslim community? You will go to jail. You will go to jail. It is a new man, my young man, I will need to be your papa. I will not play tribal politics. But if it becomes necessary, I'll give them bombshell. So what more in yai? Now we play religious stuff. We play tribal card. Number one bombshell. Where he comes from, because the honorable chairman said here in the year, understand? So when for next year, it's a good drama. When you make your me a capital drama, what will happen? What will happen? They should stop that drama politics.
Last week, me coastal, me one your friend say, "Oh my, your letter say Ghana revenue say." Omudi, Oma Komye Besiho. I shall fish to do a meton a day. Oh, yeah. And let me state it clearly. Me matra ehunahuna. They cannot, I repeat, they cannot use the system to intimidate me. Now, it's so sad for me to make this statement. Here, Rollins Abreso, Mibia Juma. President Kufu Abreso, Mibia Juma. Atamil Sabreso, Mibia Juma. Eya Mahama Abreso, Mibia Juma. I never went through any of this harassment. I'm sad. I have to tell you the truth. I have never gone through harassment and intimidation as a Kufuor government. I'm a MP for 6 consecutive terms. Me be a Juma. I mean, my say, Juma. Obi a meti obi comment say, ni mados into umbefun. Me baby a mammy a president. I'll go and work for me. I have a lot of businesses for them to work.
To baby anyone about the
No, but this is the frustration I'm going through for setting up businesses to create employment
for Ghanaians.
Yes. So businessmen, any woman trying say minimum woman here say because I'm going through it. I'm going through it. And yet top here I cover bar and then come away. Yeah. Because I'll face them squarely. And the third part is more Ghana revenue for Momo Jiji bribe. Omo ya me there omo. May expose to Ghana revenue because we should not be intimidated by any institution in this country. We should not. Institutions should work. Systems should work. We don't have a problem. But say what Ghana for utu enisi u Ghana for so be guo mojuma. What kind of people and black people yeah. Momo di adwuma ma obia omo wo office building bia omu si wo kanda ho. Contractors they charge them 10%. Ghana revenue. Adia me be ye wo mu. Omu fi say me be pre-president inti and say hunu e koso amenka meka upa men to mame. Because I'll live for the rest of my life. And I stand for the youth of this country because the future belongs to them. If we allow these things to go on, there is no future for any young man. If we allow these things to go on, there's no future for business people, Ghanaians. Mimiti ho. Opinion Indian is able to call custom commissioner. I don't even know the custom commissioner's number. And I don't intend to know.
Okay.
Because I'll do the right thing.
All right.
But you see, in the businessman for last week.
That runs around the clock with a 3-shift work schedule in many sectors. The intent is to transform Ghana into first a self-sufficient and then an export-led economy. To be clear, we are not creating a command economy with centralized planning. That would be at variance with our social democratic principles as a party. Specifically, 1, we will combine government support and private sector involvement to realize the 24-hour economy. We'll establish a comprehensive policy framework that supports the growth of a 24-hour economy. Companies that sign up for the 24-hour economy will enjoy smart metering calibrated to charge a lesser tariff per kilowatt hour for power that is consumed during off-peak hours at night time based on a time of use tariff system. Financing support will be provided for certain strategic agro-processing industries and manufacturing companies to boost production for value addition, self-sufficiency, and increased exports. Knowing that government is the biggest spender in the economy, we shall boost demand by ensuring that all government ministries, agencies, district assemblies, and state-owned enterprises buy made-in-Ghana goods and procure the services of Ghana-based firms where available. For instance, we should be buying electric cables produced in Ghana, transformers produced in Ghana, vegetable cooking oil produced in Ghana, soaps and detergents produced in Ghana. And I think that government being the biggest spender in the economy, if it makes a deliberate policy to procure goods produced in Ghana, We should create the kind of demand that will make our industries run 24/7 to meet that demand. We will address safety and security measures to ensure smooth operations across all sectors during these extended hours. We will see to the availability of the necessary infrastructure such as transport networks, public amenities and security systems, including a well-regulated and monitored private security architecture to facilitate round-the-clock activities. Technology and digital infrastructure investments would also be prioritized to enable automation and seamless operations. We cannot have a successful 24-hour economy without an aggressive expansion in our exports. I will therefore personally chair an accelerated Export Development Council, which will meet quarterly to review initiatives for expanding Ghana's exports under the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme and the African, let me take that again. I said I'll personally chair an accelerated Exports Development Council, which will meet quarterly to review initiatives for expanding Ghana's exports under the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme and the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. There will be extensive consultation and collaboration with various stakeholders, including CEOs like you, businesses, and our workers' unions. Businesses will be encouraged to empower the workforce with the necessary skills and training to thrive in a 24-hour economy, focusing on the most impacted sectors. Sanitation, cleaning services, garbage collection, and environmental protection will also form a significant part of the 24-hour economy. Financial services at the ports, shipping agencies, and customs will be enabled to work additional shifts at night and weekends to allow for 24/7 clearing of goods from our ports. This will help reduce demurrage charges on importers and reduce congestion at our ports. My brothers and sisters, there will be no limit to the sectors the 24-hour economy initiative will target, and the benefits, I can assure you, will be enormous. As a young child, I worked through a 3-hour shift when my father was a business person in the north. He was the largest commercial rice farmer and owned a rice processing plant. And I used to do day shifts and do night shifts. We can do it again. Through the 24-hour economy, we will create new, decent, and well-paying jobs for our youth, reduce unemployment, which is a significant challenge, and improve the living standards of Ghanaians. Also, the expanded range of operating or working hours will increase productivity and fully utilize all resources, including infrastructure. The 24-hour economy will provide greater flexibility and convenience for workers and allow citizens to access goods and services at any time of the day. We will improve infrastructure, lighting, and security at all entertainment districts, such as Osu Oxford Street, Abekala Pass, East Legon, Lagos Avenue, etc., to allow operations throughout the night. Consider hospitality transportation that runs around the country.
MPP Ebedin Tro say moto abama mia meba free SHS no metwam. Eno anom de year campaign. Meanwhile Tro, if we say free SHS do 2016 any shall say. There shall say any day students. Like I said, day student be our school be a untiashe. And you say Afia Airba 2017, September 2016 academic year no, yeah the borders back home. And this Afia no, yeah the 140,000 boarding students. Eka free SHS no. If we say, Constitution, let's say we should do it progressively.
Enti na ye progressive every year near the bia kan every year near the bia kan kopem say ye be cover obia and almost say no immediately omuka so mbeye no eno enede ohaw abeto awofo no so ezu because Ansah now be chef free HSA or share making sure say dormitories wo ho an kwada no beje baby ada also making sure say classrooms wo ho a obenya baby esua ade also making sure say dining hall wo ho baby on betimi edidi enti ese no ena ni esi dormitories dining halls this and your money na e was secondary schools thing na ena esi e-blocks community day schools so aka ho if you say him say enkwada no be dooso a e was so munya school ni biko ena we mo bae
a lot of things happened, and you will get to understand, say, a year dear, you will conclude that this government has nothing to offer. The same thing about taxes. They managed to scam everybody to believe in, say, Omuba, there were so many news and taxes on the head of the Ghanaian. To the extent, say, about Kaya taxes and all that. Today, as we speak, it is the Ghana is the only country COVID. We are seeing affected. Ghana is the only country that is paying COVID levy. Abra, that particular pandemic came to affect businesses, affect livelihoods. But today, as we speak, it is not only on consumption, but it is on income taxes. COVID levy. This is the same government who told us, say, Oba, he will make sure all the nuisance taxes on petroleum, the fuel industry, he was going to make sure, say, obey nina. Rather, no, if not 200% on Bosta, you will have 30% on the pump dispensers. Say, obey. Look, just you don't even know. This is the same government. In 2016, Oka say, Oba, he will make sure that we will never be experiencing taxes, but rather what? Production. Today, as we speak, this same government used taxpayer money. Say, Okoye, one village, one dam, one district, one factory. Yambi say, and Etoda, seriously, I empathize with Alan Chermentini. Seriously, I empathize with him. Him, this is a man Akufo-Addo used to scam Ghana. He used Alan Chermentini to scam Ghana. Papa. Do you know why?
He gave him credibility.
He not only added credibility to his scam activities, but okachre o ma papai eko developi sa ideas no nyina o the bar do implementation na oyinama, and then people at the presidency where the people implemented. I then remember kwa throw me plan. I know how to implement them. You do implementation and now why me? No, they are obiaba onko implement. How can you implement abra you have no idea about? Into Etoda, I empathize with him. Seriously. But Nemum, I am a Ghanaian. So there's no way Alan Chermentini, Honorable Alan Chermentini, can convince me, say, the hardship now, your family, he's not part of it. There's nothing that he can tell me to convince me, because he was part of the scammers. Ebia, he didn't scam me, but he used him to scam me, because people like Alan Chermentini were fronting the face of Shotingo. So we believed him. What I say? So all of this orchestrated by this Shotingo, led by Alan Chermentini and his people in the area of trade. Motimasi. So the issue about you will not get Motimasi. You know, so we have nuisance plus nuisance taxes. Abra, we were rather expecting the reduction of nuisance taxes. Uba Kumasi Ashanti region, me will fear a bang and here. Fear a fly, Bokrum estates. Look, I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you. I am the first person, me, who created Gata from Ahwiasro to Fly. Me, with my own resources. Kobisa Obia police station in Fly. I contributed single-handed 10,000 Ghana cedis in the area, the time of your friend saying Mahama.
I see.
Yes. I contributed 10,000 cedis. Fly police station. What you say? I thought that I bisa. Say, I don't know. Say, a day now Ghanaians will not vote for development, but vote for party symbols. I thought that I bisa. I don't understand. So Ashanti for a woman say you gave birth to your party, but the individuals now omu lead party no. Omundo bebia the party is burdened. So you punish those people, you don't punish your party. Making sure say omu lead sa party no. Yen you omu. Nepe omwa ombetima develop. Look, if you go to northern region, and I was chatting a friend, and sir, I told me I used to convince him to the extent I will see me on to about Muhammad da. And I will be saying, we'll see, oh, you see, charity begins at home. Remember 3 good things, no, 1 good things that Muhammad did for Bwale people. One. What's it mean? One. Muhammad is from Bwale. Osa bisa me say, under Muhammad, his former president, say, Bwale was the poorest district in the northern region. Bwale, baby, His Excellency former President Muhammad Efri. Bwale. If you go back and Google, that is the poorest district in Savannah region. Why? That is where the president comes from. He's been a member of parliament. Not once, not twice, not thrice. A former deputy minister. But when him, because he is not greedy, because he thinks about people, he thinks that, look, we should follow the constitution and whatever the constitution prescribes. He should do the right thing. He should make sure that he would never be a tribalistic. He developed Greater Accra. A friend saying UGMC, Dubai waha, E-blocks waha, Nieka. It is there, say, one of the poverty alleviated measures, education. One of the poverty alleviated measures is education. Yanko Bwale say, we have how many E-blocks do we have there? Bwale district. None. But shorting go by, he made sure, say, the expansion of Anko ends at Chibi. Osiapenyi, uno chire nyansa, uchire nyansa. Mahama has been there. Mibubo, he's a president. It will take you 6 hours to be able to come from Bwale to Kumasi. 6 hours. But he never took that into consideration because he felt, say, development comes with what? Revenue. Therefore, if that place is not able to consummate with whatever revenue that will be taken there, and you can say on size because one Ashanti region brings so much revenue, Greater Accra brings so much revenue. I mean, so he decided, say, he will focus on the cities before he goes back home. Do you know what they did to him? They called Bwale. He almost incited the people of Bwale against Mahama. Mahama, former president, Mikhail, I'm a Gonja man. And I'll tell you, say, Usaba, now I'm focused on. Don't count yourself amongst us. Because Nana Akufu Ado, Achra Nyansa, Wachra Nyansa say, Eba, Kofie.
The Chromasia, Chebiasia Crano, two marbles.
Yes, marbles. What's your opinion for? Move a honey, Ebayamo. Or see ya expanding dual lanes from Accra to Chebi.
nti yintimi ndru bia ankra tachre yen say ye nipa baako pledging allegiance to the red, gold, green with the black central star of the Ghanaian flag. Power baby go. Oh, we for such show the mirror. Mr. Politician, see how you are amassing wealth. Who won't fanko? A common deal. Who don't send me no need DDA. Well, we are. The state lands in more form. Don't care about the coming generation. Send an animal form a young mayor Japadia and come on Babato. Why are you unleashing pain on your people? Ya Bobie Sietri and where she wickedness is the order of the day. Babakwa fem pimpim sika and then pimpim won't trade. I will come a hofra and ya bebresebo. Ne oyene na fami man for down for situe ana adane yesumye bebrese na adane yentuma kom adane yempabwa menteme ho ase agina abrane etete yentem. I see a new Ghana. I see a new hope ahead of time. All these pains and torture, all these sufferings of the Ghanaian populace will soon be a back pain of a free generation. People insulted you openly. Hey yo, Aura, no nipa kuni wubia ye jina brane ase oye angel. No tiase ye beso parisa. Jina Ghana man ye power chow when ye be anyi ni yo. Pache na mo man no enkoso. Belated though, Dr. Hannah Bisu, National Women Organizer of NDC. Yeah, oye owura kese pa. Mechire Dr. Callistus Mahama. Doc, unso mechia papa. We wish you a happy birthday. Wadrim pa a woma obiano. Evradin hweso na unshirawo. Happy birthday to you, Dr. Callistus. I love you so much. here's our video. Now, oh Ghana.
MPP administration is disgracing Ghana like this. And then I'm going to Ghana anymore, sir. MPP are buying Aden. Share, runabout, we are rich. We are rich runabouts. MPP flags never honor. They are there simply because ECOWAS meeting and the MPP flags are about decorative rich runabouts. We are presidential runabout. A one eddy and penny for mobile for this summit. ECOWAS meeting in a and a effort. It's a quite way, a rich way of Ufa Jubilee House, Ufa National Theatre, Ufa Conference Center, Ufa Blaster Square, and say a presidential runabout. Then a ECOWAS meeting. And penny four about my money. You want to tell penny four about Ghana and they say MPP a popular Ghana flag. The name Ghana, no, MPP is bigger than the Ghana. So you have used MPP flags to decorate the rich runabout instead of Ghana flag. What is wrong with this MPP administration? ECOWAS meeting in Ghana, a national program, national event. So how could you choose MPP flags over a Ghana flag? What is wrong with this MPP administration? I just don't understand why this current MPP administration is disgracing Ghana like this.
Highly unthinkable. Incomprehensible. Say you buy such an important exercise. This is ECOWAS summit. A big brema toy have from man penny phone and as a penny for Kenya, every shower Ghana. Now, I had me a rich. It's just offer and more. Oko, you know, Jubilee. Offer the other side. Not just Oko Parliament. Oko Parliament, you know. The other side is so called Ridge, Robert Mafako Ridge Hospital. Not this side, no, about 37. God. Now, since when? An MPP colors, who bound for sourcing Ghana colors? Since when? Since when? Why are we doing this to this country? And Yamuba Bremu say it's simple, so you are quiet. This is not simple. This is sheer stupidity. When you or drinks and it is sheer stupidity to raise the flag of a single political party over the flag of our nation. It is sheer stupidity. Bibia said Jimmy for the Guinness Adiwi. I'm telling you. And I'm worried. I am pained as a citizen of this country. To any penny for when the ECOWAS meeting, they'll go and represent us against the people who will lead us in the United Nations in the name of a country. I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry. If these people I'm sorry. A whole ECOWAS meeting, ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States, a big Brema Toyhanum, and penny for West Africa, about 16 countries, and the Yabayin Ghana. Can you imagine? Say, the G8 ECOWAS meeting, our America, and you see Democrat flag or Republic. Never. You see the American flag. You see the American flag. But Ghana, dear, ye Nyansan do swama. Eti, ye the MPP flag are representing Ghana flag. And Parliament, you are quiet. You think it's simple. Mama fed some of these things normal. And then normal. Parliament should call them. They should be answerable to us as a people. Why? You use MPP colors over Ghana colors. They should be answerable to the people. And Parliament, you should be serious about this. Aden. Nana Kufado Aden. Dr. Bobie Aden. Bachoboku Prempe. Mr. Aden. We voted for you to divide this country like this. Why? No, it doesn't make sense. So it will never. And never videos be actual. I will take you to places. And Yama Yadi Ghana Sikaya. A be one more. I can't move them. Ghana Sikau. And yet they'll go about on campaign platforms promising new things. Why don't you fix the old ones? You are promising me new things. Why don't you fix the old ones? So for instance, and Ghana former blue or buy young now will be able to apply for phones. Bosumi Biano, what you have 1 Ghana cities, 2 Ghana cities. And you the same Bamian and Crawford promising Yama Bruce, betray then come here free rent allowance. I didn't know Yamison said rent allowance now question saying Ansani agreeing for. Are you asking him that? But when him say Miss San, what do you know how to say when him answer what who and him cost to the be and some who near catch answer. I mean how? See a bay ECOWAS meeting. I didn't mean to ask you. Me don't make us a rich Udru 37 the same thing. Udru 37 the same thing. And no matter 37. It is again any colors. Red, gold, green on first one should be. Says again the colors red, white, and blue. Is that the point you're making? And your father try. Well, Bianca normal. This is not normal. Parliament, respectfully, I charge you to take this on. It is not normal. It is not. Say MPP do my fashion different. They have a right to rebrand wherever. Say MPP do my fashion. There's no problem about that. But Ghana, and they share we are some paying for. So they must be welcomed with the Ghanaian flag and the colors of Ghana. That's the point you are making. Why? Say any man when you peace council penny be a mekan wasemo. One can Christian council, one can Muslim mission, I'm a deal so hey, one can Nana no more info, think on your bruso, Sabita Fracha, Sabia Kudoto, Nana no manim, and so you be a man in Casanfa. Civil society organizations are they are all silent because my brain or my main doctor. So-called senior journalists, they were fucking up the former government. They are all silent today because of my food doctrine. But some of us, ladies and gentlemen, refuse to be corrupt. Not because we cannot be corrupt, but we are praying to be less corrupt. I've told you, only God is incorruptible. Man, one way or the other, will face or be entangled with corruption. But the point is that this is sheer nonsensical. Nyansenim. See our Ghana flag, Ghana colors. Now penny for free. I'm an neighbor meeting. Near a Ghana flag, move from to baby. Hey, mama, me MPP flags. Not yet, Mr. Facebook. You understand what I'm saying? Live on a 100.5 FM. Yeah, they are two. What kind of we do much here. You see, I feel more money must among quada. More money must among quada. Munya masamon kwada. Yeah, Kwame, yeah, started with some of the videos. Maybe throw videos be. If you open about, see the MPP is trying all means to wipe off all the legacies of the Nkrumah's independence achievement. Felix Nana Kofi should have say, where is Peace Council? Christian Council and the other opinion leaders. Chris Adakwa Jemfi, or say MPP ne Joseph, I say good afternoon, Accra 100.5. We say MPP Jimmy, Emmanuel Yaboy, I say good afternoon, no to the Akuma Fire. Eric K. Dawson, I say hey MPP, never again. Atamos, I can't say. Ne other messages we wait me there, but we do have my make a person be fair from we know. But yeah, maybe I'm saying to a minor yearning, and Nasia Yamanuku. Are we building a country or we are building political parties? This is what I continue asking. Because a new member brought him where you they don't care. Over Bamias or Mema phones. My calculation is here, far phone. Obianco calculator. What's on my phone now? Every month, we are able to make you 1 city or 2 city. What the emphasis and 2 cities every month. Now for only 2,000. We have calculation now. Over 2 cities times 12. Over 24. Now just say every month we have to have 2 cities. A year no, 24 cities. And yes sir. we are calculation. I only say your mouth phone now turn 2,000. Who the 84 years ne bet me to o town to say. W 84 years now way. 84 years now way. It will rub a mess on my phone. Now every man be able to 2 cities. So I don't cry or say 1 city, need 2 cities. And a phone, we ever say 2,000 cities. Every man be able to 2 Ghana cities. Rub a mess on say, oh, the 84 years and a betray 1 phone. You see, they think someone you knew. And until that, and some who be out, Sabita Flash, Sabia couldn't talk. Yeah, he won't money, catch it out. After all, me, was something was so many t shirt and one. Was in touching who here? No. W, now in touching who you are, and go rap on me. I say, oh no, 1,000 interchanges. Ghana card back up home for Swasino. Miss Ramo, Mamma microphone tremble being Cassia Jimmy. I dream already the mind. Let's apply it. We are human beings, we are not animals. Why? I do not make a best in the Penny Bianca who was a Mokroma. Sako was from Penny Foba. Now instead of Ghana colors, the MPP colors are brand new minor. Penny Bianca and what? Now come on, no two man. So, woman, go ahead. Is that not it? Next time, I say. So, Penny be promising when Yama. To say, Rabba, me be promising my Bruno Yama. These are some of the things I see Yebisan. Okay, they say Ghana to get back on PayPal by 2020. Akwesi saying, ask him. He should check that one before he promises us mobile phone. Oroba America says that trust in Ghana will go digital in 2020. And you know what I'm saying? Me bacho trust in aqua digital. Etiansana obeto phone bisane say, Ora udi kan kan back on and Akwesi saying. Oroba America says Okada trust taxi drivers. One bet me have a swap old cars, no old motorbike, no more new one. Mobile, me patch of one I go swapping it. I don't know by no miss say me patch of Bakuna Okano, Unya no, I don't know some promise of fro. Or Rabba Mia Catcher said every Ghanaian who own a bank account in 2018. Me patch of Mumuahe, any other bank account, Amamua. Yes, Mumape. These are promises he gave us. Some promises when he has not touched it. Well, say it is a lazy man that borrows in government. And yet they have gone down in history as that single government. They have borrowed more than any government in power, even from Nkrumah to John Dramani Mahama. And we are not asking them these serious questions. Omuba no maka, no muko. Omuba no maka, no muko. Omuba no maka, no muko. Now say me hunumina nabako. I've forgotten that one of the, I think not for baby. Anana. Sir, I were defending Napo, and I was sad. Well, in power, he's unskinned. So I'm careful when I'm talking about chiefs. But no, it's inquisitive pain that Debia because of your authority. Inquisitive pain, because you are king, because you are chief. No. We respect you, but Nana, we cannot guarantee tomorrow. We cannot guarantee say they be to you, no. That is why you guys must rise and speak against the evil system. Because the day the youth of this country will get together in anger and arise, Nana, tradition cannot save you. I am sorry, but it's the truth. Tradition cannot save you. And you want to find out me asante you. Nana, sad time no. The youth will not see you. And your friend because me your chihine. Sad time the youth will not see you. And your friend because me nahiri, me yana, yabongura, bupawura. No. Sad time who catch them say me no sabari makwesiata the 2nd of Ogwa. Nana sabre no ye hu enye. But ye mpesi ye bedru because of Ogwa ene ni dia na ye womamo. Because mpanyifo say on setting your da hwa na atafre. Ana fei o title mai utwawia onwe na mbia. Etienti me nya niam ho niam ansam ana me fransam enkyere mo mpanyifo. We cannot be disrespectful to the stool and to the skin of our forefathers. But that is not to say that you should not rise up to the occasion and raise certain defensible mechanisms in salvaging the economic failures of this country. It was him beyond for baby on the people a design for instance. Christian council penny beyond foul. Security couple penny beyond foul. Huh? Muslim penny beyond foul. CSO penny beyond foul. TUs in penny for any other organizations, associations, Ghana, it's a bit more foul. Young crosses are. You'll be a catcher, so remember phone. Phone which are 2 cities a month. Phone will be so calculated 2 cities times 12 times 84 years. It will take you 84 years and send what to make your phone 2,000. Just a curly will try to because it's on calculated. You better calculate your amount. 2 cities a month, it will take you 84 years and send what to make your phone or costing 2,000 Ghana cedis. Aden. Kwame, Famiko, any of the videos, either see a beko ho, you better start with either ho sports complex or no, and then you don't beko ho, you don't beko doma. And Kwame also back the sports complex there. You better start the Marco Kaneshi. No more a brufo, I do so. Wicked miscreant, cruel people, cruelest, visionless people, and Crawford any tema. Sabin Crawford, Sabitavraja, Sabia Kudonto, and one poor tema saying one. They are the people leading us. Because Akoko and himself come to Neba, or Soviet woman and Banaso. Appointing himself come to Neba, or the Neba Nansa Copenhagen. Then Chekwa, or Fanny Badinachi. And so when they pay the and so dear, one did they don't care about us. Wicked people. I say, Brabhe, we could as the sound was here, right? Maybe I'm calm, more fire. Maybe I'll chop Brabhe, come honey, ever. Where ho? Adia, Yadia Sikayo. Kwame, Adia Ghana Dinis. Come me, why? Maybe I'll chop your TVM on Facebook. Never have Whole Youth Resource Center.
But Udim said, unfortunately, a woman say, just last year, no, independence or no. Oh, yeah, of course, I own them. I had independence. I own them. Oh, no, can I make a show? One year, you know. Yes, that be who. But yeah, I have a stadium. I said 60 something be by. I usually me patch I miss a honum. I want to acquire independence. Independence. You know that be Kwame Brad say I'm saying when you me say ho. One when you dey atoso no. You dey na hold there. I had last year acquire independence. I say. Oh, say ya ka say Nanado we disappointed. Yeah. Bra Facebook na da ho bia me. Because Nanado and MPP for say what you can say ho a voter reading Jena M2 ma MPP vote no. We see ade fefefe we. Oh. E jani sama say. Yeah. Ade na e so light me bobo events but kitchen ba talk wechi e bai. Ya show. See na e ba no akwa. Ya show unianom agbefo. Ya show omo into sports. Same dictator. Kwame, wo dey jai. Kwame Mr. Mama 30 seconds. Yeah. Me ba to obi am 66th anniversary program lineup. Etini aka no ene da ono. It was a minchantro. Hey, nti oba hwe sina okọ voter regional. And I who say wait my video no. Sina okọ voter regional and I who say a ban sports. Your talented people are omo voter regional omunim sports pa. Say yem dictator. Say just name them. Very talented. About football, don't go there. Sure. Pengura. You see? When you know you be young for your man than a quiet. Enti chess na bubu here so nyina. Oba no wa share. Sa ye person ekrofo hu oba share. Enti we Pando Accra House of Lion. Ghana. So sorry. So omo wonum Ghana amo ho omo voter omo bando mom ni. Yes, I ever say voter region. Yes, you ever say na club say wo voter region. Francisco Fielo osu eti Kwame ehfo ne die so yi. On say how will you describe the caliber of people they are leading us in this government? It's true. Nanado we disappoint here. Because on disappointing ya wo ababahwa de bia ho anwiri wo de nanka on makwan masade wensi ade ni mfaso na ehu hia enkwa na ban weye so dia se ade ni mfaso na ehu hia enkwa na ban weye nice stadium you see at the amount. We story and then never you. I buy not. We video no. The national security for video no. Among Kawasem.
And my latest one from Doma. You really are Doma the Indian run and my guy in Cabra. You really about Doma. You about Doma. No, you have Doma the initiative. Now you are more Kanishi Sports Complex. Second, the Crown Azuma Nelson Honor. Azuma Nelson Honor. It's okay. Ba Miani Akufado. Ghana Sika. Causing financial loss to the state. We are said sports minister. No. Ne sports authority for no and ne you can say Payosana Majide it's all no so sa honom no national youth way for no authority for no so mu na yen do mu na tu so mo hwama because of this they should have resigned. Yes, obibini ba ya dan obibini obroni ho because of this come you resign now what crap resign because of this. See now my question is Fitemne aye independent last year. Ebe payment na me do ka say. Event bia ankoso. Omo open up Anfama football clubs e wo ni voter register say, "Umma mbebo ha." Hey. Taxpayers money. But in efupa o. Efupa. Na nkoko no ye den ba ho. Oh. Ana ebenkrum. Me say me fa hoda. So nko hoda. Oh, minimum home. Ko bibia e fine ho. Bibia ye. Akwakoda Ola girls kra. Yes. Oda Ola girls. Aye. Ola girls. Say me Ola boy. Do that Ola girls. Ola girls. Aye. Ube manu koda Ola girls for him. Say no on my school. Those times there University Student Association of Ghana ko Congress. Okay. Iti mu koda manimu. There be who say Congress ano e man ko student ni kofi. Ene kan say ba who can say you koda Ola girls. I say dey. Now we interest here dey. Interest who koda Ola girls. O church them na to na question o person. Say o ko ho na and dey ko ya and o koda Ola girls no. I say one no host yen. Na ken koda infa. Hey, senior. Show you. Na Ola boys ho no makoda. Oh, but Kwame. Hey, Ghana yen ton na yen fema we can pay Ghana yen dey. For me, who be Samia, I think if I have my own way. Hey. See if I have my own way, I think I would tell Nanado to resign. Nanado should have been impeached. Resignation is too honorable. Mitie, just last week, Mitie we a kafu day, or year one ex-military officer. Then the military officer said, those days now omo coup because now a part of omo coup. Those days no mo ye no. Yes. Nyama empo achampo ejuma achampo ye. Yeah. Me all of a sudden achampo ye say o sesa kakra no. And no kra na achampo juma achampo ye. Some say Dansuma flat in achampo is. Yes. Almost all the flat at estate ni bebre achampo na ye. And na oka say me tell one of ni na oka say during those days no. Yeshemra say o ye civil servant by adwuma bia no o time I say undu adwuma we ndu a ye lock prop say time they clocking up yeah discipline those days the car champion cry no o ye adwuma na a champion man na kakra na trimude course no ye tu no senior a champion ade no ye tu no na compare a champion regime na fa ko pe Nanado regime na Nanado da so te ho as parliament as parliament some of the minority guys are working. I applaud them. So we are praying say I think Obisa Kufadwa see now we are praying say na me be adom na 7 December ato yen Kwame okay Eugene me ba cho say no sound room me pese ye bo Kanichi sports Azuma Nelson sports say no me na me koye I can try me pese wo kasa so kasa wo yes me pese wo kasa ne ba you ba cho fatu mami obi at least Kanichi sports complex one cry here
ade yapa me de kwa me kwache mama kwa ba citizen show ade yapa Kanichi sports complex adodo na fe no Azuma Nelson sports complex. We maybe on cast on the astroturf or mediama Matemo can't we south. Hasi and I'm a kai can be an yebo interco, yebo sports schools be pre-air, Martin have a bobo one area funda. Now 5 to 6 years ago, said, we are now. I can tell you, yeah, you didn't have crowd. Because a more is very, very dangerous for human beings. Say, no man, nothing. Uber should be a Contingency sports complex. A banner say was spent almost.
Say all the technical schools do pay baby akoboboa ho na yekobo nti ofa kateku emet atleast modesco
hey baby I'm telling you say ekokra
say
park na
all the technical schools do pay baby akoboboa nti ohwa woni nyina efu say one take ke na so unanti mo anhwa na owo kraka wo ko efu pa we uremu a inra no bed da osrew
me bacho ne yekan nyina ye dia to Facebook into ba betimi ehu
na we no unim the former minister of youth and sports Isaac and I call Kate sword
for Hano
oh yes honorable Isaac the former minister of sports and I call Kate that we know Contingency sports complex wanya hwehwe free honum no na the deputy Pius Hanamajide so they say then the sports minister awai ono so nya hwehwe mini se sports na ehiomu se omo te Contingency na omo form nya hwiyo se azuma na omo mpe na semo se then
but
okankwe meanwhile udim last one omo te sa okankwe south honum no
ada fitting shop wenim wana
oh so onum sekas
asom be fitting shop because my who cars be wenim
no sekas asese
ano ma pack
ano ma pack nto hwe sa bubuashi Contingency north Contingency ne sa honum nyina no meanwhile honum ye MPP seat pa de bi omo to ma MPP fo
wow
on pe bebi abobo amunya
oh Ghana di Ghana penny
ade efe nye efe
yeah
senior one videos na ye kan bi
na me hwelo echo ade efe
da bi ba ko na hwe ne ye yi ho we Contingency
aye de kwame
na kwame jina ho no me ye be sand wa kodoma ha I wish I was president for 3 hours ha
ba me ati
mi jeli nkrofo anu majimu
anu no majimu
mi jeli mu wi amu fa makonya
we pure we say
no but this is wickedness this
we say
this is wickedness
omodio
omo discano
either say honorable Isaac Esiama ana Pius
Hanamajide they should be punished
ana Perry because omo na no mo ye omo na no mo
Perry dey okuje to ana Perry
sana oka sports for no
Perry okuje
either say omo miensa no and e di say scan
omo di
that you ba Kwame
no me suspect say Nanado na di say scan
Kwame Nanado dey anyamo ba Kwame tie enti adwin do mutrim like
asebo kan obekasa
no you see makoma like everybody adwin na ye de man nipa no ebi do mutrim
no I'm not sure
what was the problem mo twa huska na madi
omo tie ska bi
Mr. Nyame
What was the problem? Where problem in the young cates or the interest car, which is can na problem.
Ghana. Nyame adom na ye ko tamale ne ba.
Ghana.
Baby Henry Cote ekotu omomto njeni no.
Agbegbulosi ho no.
Za old father man. Urim say asase ne da ho. Yakotu right, no problem. Me no ka say ye de why baller.
Sisi ya to amobi, o ma hye da egu baller. Ana
asem no why baller by no matter. Yes, o ma hye da egu baller. Urim say boys na eto war efa home na no boys na ye komuka ye ntua yo
ye do nyina ka
ye do muka obi ato
wow
ye do why baller na ho ebomi wa from honum to Agbogbosi market ebe yo idi hwe efini we are able re market na wo Agbogbosi no ye to jenefo no federal but ye de why baller itubo legu honum to Agbogbosi market to be into your kwana by
my emfa way suntum because it's almost the same video.
I go for so be the cleaner city.
But me senior, if I have my own way, if I have my way,
cleaner city $200 million to clean Accra. Out of that $200 million, yema Sislada pa $43 million. What's what they take at them?
I don't go good in person.
Or they take at them and odi Ebola. Etima konifie ma who search heaps of money. Oh, honor, adwuma hia no ye kufu abraso ne
district. Obi ebi so obi am pass nti omo gene dia yeden.
Says obi dia ka hono no nti ono e.
There be obi ade hyede pass. Obi e keep ne dia wono an pass nti omo gene dia yeden.
Okay, Eugene, me ba cho fa doma dia ne tuma. Me ba cho obi ye di kan akere mu ho. Se ne omo gya hono mo hafu. Ana ba bia kwa me gina yin so ye Kaneshi Sports Complex won kran. Nti yakọ Water yaba Greater Accra. Me dem okodama. They say doma region is then. Bono ana.
Doma ya bono ana hafu.
Ana ene ye.
Mugetia, owasenka facility